Now is time for opening arguments. And just to let you know, thank you. I'll start over and introduce myself. Thank you very much for being here. I know that you probably know, I think prior from the judge, who I am, but my name is Susan Zeiderveen, and I'm proud and honored to represent the state of Michigan and the people of Van Buren County as your elected prosecuting attorney. So now is the time for opening statements. It's our opportunity to tell you what to look for in the case, kind of our roadmap, what we plan to present to you over the course of the next several days, what evidence that we plan to present, and who will be testifying. So we talked a lot about in voir dire, about the charges and the elements. So I want to take a few minutes just to dive into what those elements are and what the charges are. We have count 1, first-degree murder, and we have count 2, felony murder. So what are the elements that we talked about that I need to prove to you? So for count 1, the very first element, the first box that we need to check, is that the defendant caused the death of Todd Stermer. That is, that Todd Stermer died as a result of the actions of the defendant. That's the first box. Second box, that the defendant intended to kill Todd Stermer. That's the second element. Third, that this intent to kill was premeditated. That is, thought out beforehand. And the last box, last element that I need to check on this count, is that the killing was deliberate, which means the defendant considered the pros and cons of the killing and thought about and chose her actions before she did it. There must have been real and substantial reflection for long enough to give a reasonable person a chance to think twice about the intent to kill. The law does not say how much time is needed. It's for you to decide if enough time passed under the circumstances of the case. And the killing cannot be the result of a sudden impulse without thought or reflection. Those are the 4 elements, the 4 boxes. So let's go to count 2. These are the 3 boxes for count 2. First, that the defendant caused the death of Todd Stermer. That is, that Todd Stermer died as a result of the actions of the defendant. Second box, that the defendant had one of these 3 states of mind. She intended to kill, or she intended to do great bodily harm to Todd Stermer, or she knowingly created a very high risk of death or great bodily harm, knowing that death or such harm would be the likely result of her actions. That's the third box. The second. Third box is that when she did the act that caused the death of Todd Stermer, the defendant was committing or attempting to commit the crime of arson. Those are your elements. Those are the boxes that I will be then working to check over the next few days. I want to give you the definition that the court will give you of arson, because I think it's important in satisfying the second count. What is an arson? These are the elements of the arson. First, that the defendant burned, damaged, or destroyed by fire or explosive a dwelling. If any part of the dwelling is burned, no matter how small, that is all that is necessary to count as a burning. The property does not have to be completely destroyed. The dwelling is not burned if it's merely blackened by smoke, but it is burned if it is charred so that any part of it is destroyed. That's the first box. Second, that at the time of the burning, damaging, or destroying, the property that was burned, damaged, or destroyed was a dwelling or any of its contents. That's the second element. Last one, that when the defendant burned, damaged, or destroyed the dwelling or any of its contents, she intended to burn, damage, or destroy the dwelling or its contents, or intentionally committed an act that created a very high risk of burning, damaging, or destroying the dwelling or its contents, and that while committing the act, the defendant knew of that risk and disregarded it. Those are all of the elements or boxes. So let's start out with what happened. January 7th, 2007, Deputies Tony Evans and Gary Gruss are dispatched to the house. It's a Sunday afternoon in January at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon. They go to County Road 215 for a reported structure fire. They find the Stermer residence in a fully involved fire. This is the scene that you will see and that we expect to present to you as they're driving in from their squad car. This is what they see. When they drive up, deputies locate several people standing on the north side of the residence. For those of you that are directionally challenged like I am, that's if you're looking at the front of the house, it'd be to the right of that picture. At this time, they locate Todd Stermer. He's laying in a pool of blood, approximately 20 to 25 yards from that side of that residence. Mr. Stermer this says unclothed. It's actually not 100% unclothed. His sweatpants and his underwear are pulled down to his ankles. He doesn't have a shirt on, and he's still wearing his socks. He is badly burned, and to say badly burned is an understatement. Burns cover almost all of his body. His hair is gone, his ears are deformed, his skin is slipping off his body. Due to his injuries, the people who are on scene try to move him farther from the home, just to be able to get him away from the fire and away from the house, and then they attempt to render aid. Due to the severity of Todd Stermer's injuries, he passes away shortly after people arrive due to those injuries. At this time, there are multiple people on scene, many of them who you'll hear from today. Mike Matheny, Connie Calhoun, our neighbors directly next door. Dr. Richard Musali, another neighbor, and Steve Leach, who was the fire chief at the time, all arrive within minutes and are on scene. You will hear from them what they saw and their statements. On January 7th, the day of the fire, the investigation starts. They call in, after the original deputies are there, they end up calling in the detectives. They call in Detective Gabrielle Rout, who is now retired, and Detective Tom Maziowski, who's also now retired. And they respond to the scene a little bit later in the day. The investigation starts. They start collecting all the evidence that they have on scene. They take numerous photographs, of which we expect to present to you. And they find a van still running, located in the west of the Stermer residence. So those of you who are directionally challenged, the van is running in the backyard. Tire impressions are located, and the detectives mark them with flags, the tire impressions leading to the van. There are several items of clothing that the neighbors we listed, have taken out and placed on Todd's naked, burned body. Those items are also collected by the detectives and put into evidence. You will also hear, on January 7th, the day of the fire, people start trying to gather some initial statements. What happened? You're going to hear from Deputy Gary Gruss, hopefully today. He will tell you what Linda's first statement was. You will also hear from Detective Gabrielle Rout. She also talked to Linda Stermer on that day, and you will hear what she told Gabrielle Rout. As this investigation continues on the 7th and the 8th, Detective Sergeant Scott Leroy is brought to the scene. He's the fire marshal, and he's brought in to then inspect for the fire investigation. He arrives on the day of the fire on January 7th. He's actually there when Todd Stermer's there. He takes pictures of Todd. He takes pictures of the scene, and he's the one that seizes the sweatpants wrapped around Todd Stermer's ankles because he smells an accelerant. He also arrives on scene the next day and conducts a further investigation. He takes additional photographs, of which you will see. He examines the structure of the house and possible causes of the fire. You will hear from Dr. Markey at Sparrow Hospital, who conducted the autopsy. You will hear his cause of death is from those burns that he suffered. You will also hear on January 8th, Don Galuz, who's a Berrien County Sheriff's Department deputy, is called to the scene to do mapping and distances of the scene. So I'm going to show you, I think this will show up on all of them. This is the driveway coming into the house here. Oops. You can see the house. You can see the north side where the victim and the tire tracks are here on the north. And you can see where the van is ultimately located in the backyard. And what makes this interesting is we expect to present to you details of the terrain of this yard. For those of you who are familiar with Michigan walkout basements, this is a walkout, meaning that where the body and the tire tracks are on the north side is a slope down. Where the van is at below the grade level, and there's sliding glass doors that lead out of the basement. He will explain the distance of the tire tracks. He will explain the distance from the house of the body and go over the scene in detail for you. You will also hear that on January 9th and 10th, James Shinsky is hired by the defendant's insurance company to conduct an investigation, their own investigation into the fire. He has a background as a fire investigator. He then does recorded interviews of Linda Stermer, with Linda Stermer, on January 9th and January 10th. You're going to start hearing, as people start digging in to the questions, start asking more questions, start going into the things that don't make sense, the explanations that the defendant starts giving, and how the story grows and changes. It's going to start here. That's her third statement. You are going to hear, or expect to present to you, Dave Hayhurst and Ann Hunt. They are both, Dave Hayhurst is with the Michigan State Police Laboratory, and Ann Hunt used to be and is now retired. They're going to talk to you about that van that was found in the walkout level in the backyard, that was driven by the defendant that day of the fire. They're going to talk about the multiple points that they examined, the evidence that was scraped from underneath the van. and how they evaluated it and where it was found and the results that is determined to be the blood of Todd Stermer. You're also going to hear that the defendant's purse is found in Todd Stermer's van in the front passenger area of that van. You are going to hear testimony from Troy Ernst, another scientist at the Michigan State Police Laboratory. He tested the clothing that was seized from Todd Stermer that day, and he tested for accelerants. You will hear his lab reports. January 15th, James Shinsky starts conducting his own fire investigation. During this investigation, he seizes several rags from the washer in the basement of the Stermer residence. These are collected by Mr. Shinsky and sent to a private laboratory for testing. We expect to present evidence to you from Craig Belliette. He's the chemist for Baker and Herbert Laboratories. He's also now retired. Many folks have retired since 2007. And he conducted an analysis of those rags that were seized from that washer by James Shinsky.
Your Honor.
What's the date on that last slide?
Let's see if I can go back here.
Okay, thank you.
January 26th, Mr. Balliet. On February 27th, Steve Willison, who's an attorney for Farm Bureau Insurance, also becomes involved. So again, part of the fire insurance investigation. Defendant sits for an examination under oath at the request of her insurance company. The plot starts to thicken. The statements start to become more descriptive, change. You'll hear how everything starts changing. Blame starts being shifted. Stories, statements, explanations continue to change. Linda gives a statement again about what happened on January 7th. And at that time, she implicitly denies having an extramarital affair. October 18th, several months now after the fire, it's still in 2007, Steve Willison sits with the defendant again for a second examination under oath. Talks to her again about the events of January 7th. They go over the details. They go over what doesn't make sense, what's not adding up. More questions are asked. More digging is done. Things don't make sense. I'm asking, as the evidence is presented, to focus on her statements. You will also hear from additional witnesses. Kate Fox is going to come in near the end. She was the former friend, actually best friend, of Linda Stermer. You're going to hear the statements that Ms. Stermer made to Kate Fox. Mr. Williams, Chris Williams, is going to come in. He's going to talk to you about how he started his extramarital affair with the defendant, knew she was married, knew her from work, 6 to 8 months prior to the fire. You're also going to hear from Kathy Ilg, another friend of the defendant, and statements that she made to Kathy. You're going to hear from Kim and Ken Thompson. They were also neighbors close by not direct neighbors, but close by. They were actually on scene that day. They will tell you what they saw, what they heard, what the defendant said immediately after the fire in those days. You'll hear from Annette Crandall. She was also on scene on January 7th. You'll hear more statements that Linda made to her. At the end of the trial, you're going to hear from Trenton Stermer, Trevor Stermer, and Corey Pierce. All three are the sons of Todd and Linda Stermer. They were teenagers at the time of this fire. Now they're grown men. They're going to come in and talk to you. They're going to explain what it was like to live in the Stermer household, what the dynamics were, what the relationships were. They're going to talk to you about what happened that morning, the night before, to give you an insight as to what occurred in the hours preceding this fire. This trial is going to be, a lot of it's going to be about the evolution of Linda Stermer's statements. As people ask more and more questions to try to get to the root of what happened, to understand, to figure out what really went on. Just in the process of asking more questions, you're going to hear statements, how they change about the home life. You're going to hear statements that actually change about what happened in the morning of the fire. You're going to hear statements change about where Linda Stermer even exited the home, the most basic details. What door did you go out? You're going to hear her statements. You're going to hear her changing statements of what she observed. What did you see? Where was the fire? What did you see? And you're also going to hear a lot of missing details that may be shown by other evidence and that we expect to show you. Particularly important are the statements about running Todd Stermer over with the van. Statements about never seeing the defendant. Statements about why. Why would you drive to the back of the house on a walkout basement? Why? You'll hear them. At the end of this trial, ladies and gentlemen, all the boxes that we painstakingly went through in the beginning of this opening statement will be checked. And I am going to ask all of you to render a guilty verdict on counts 1 and count 2. Thank you very much.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Again, I want to thank you all for participating in this democratic process that we have in America. You are a very essential fiber to the blanket of rights that was embedded in the very doctrine that we all stand on and live with in these United States of America. And I don't want to take up a whole lot of your time, but this case is about a family. It's about an American family. It's about love. It's about dreams. An American dream most Americans have is to own a home, to own some property, to raise a family, and do the things that you love to do independently of anyone else. A family nucleus. The Stermer family was an American family. The marriage created an opportunity for them to grow together, an opportunity for them to purchase some land. On 2 occasions, this last occasion in which they purchased, and they decided to build their own home. A family castle. Mr. Todd Stermer was very talented in reference to his skill sets of putting things together. And they set out on this journey with him, Linda, and the children, that they were going to build what they wanted to build on a lot of land that they could hunt, fish, be apart from anyone else, and have fun on their property. But it wasn't a totally isolated area. It was in the township of Lawrence, where most people have the same dream and desire to have some property, some space, to have their horses or their cattle or whatever pets. And it was the same thing with the Stermer family. They had horses, had dogs, cats, and had the vision of having many other things. They maintained their property themselves with all the natural and necessary machinery that goes with maintaining a large space of property. And so as the construction began, it got to a point where they realized that we've built this enough that we can move in. Even though it's not completed totally on the inside, all the build out wasn't completed, but it was enough to satisfy the occupancy for them. And they would continue the finishing of this project. And they didn't put a lot of money in a lot of fancy things. They lived in a common way. They didn't have a bunch of fancy cars. As stated, the most important focus was the children, the school, their property, and the things that they enjoy among themselves. And in a township where the motto is, we grow together. And even though these neighbors live far apart, they all knew each other. And so, on January the 7th, 2007, very unfortunate tragedy occurred. On that morning, Miss Stermer and Mr. Stermer are at home. He's upstairs in his favorite place, watching TV, fireplace. And Miss Stermer is doing standard household chores. She's down in the lower part of the house. And the children are gone to the movies. And I don't want to give you any misdirected assumptions, but yes, as all families, they had some problems from time to time. But as I stated yesterday, in marriages, you have good days and you have bad days. And you always pray for more good days than bad days. And even the bad days, we work them out. We try to work them out. And on this day, there was a conversation in reference to working out some family matters. And sometimes you don't want your children to be privy to some of the conversations that adults need to address as it relates to the totality of the family, including the children. Sometimes that could elevate up to separation, divorce. But these things are what should be discussed among adults, not in the presence of children. And so that was the reason why the children was gone to the movies at the suggestion of Miss Stermer, that they were going to talk about some family issues that didn't need the children to be privy to. And so that brings us back to Miss Stermer and Mr. Stermer being in the house alone. There wasn't any fighting. There had been some arguments. Nothing physical. Nobody threatening anyone. As a matter of fact, Miss Stermer had earlier that day went to one of the local convenience stores. Gasoline for the car, purchased a few items, come back home, and she's there with her husband. And of all the things that could happen, she hears a scream that she's never heard before. A very scratching scream. And she runs upstairs, and as she gets to the top of the stairs, all she can see is fire. All she can see is her husband on fire. What could it be like to run to a door and see nothing but a gulf of flames and a human body that you can't get to? All sources of communication was in that room. Her cell phone. She had no way of calling anyone. And in a state of total panic and trauma, she runs down and she gets out of the house for the sole purpose of trying to go and seek aid, help. My house, my husband is on fire. She gets outside. It's cold, had rained, had snowed. The terrain around the house was not concrete. And therefore, she jumps in the van, a 1993 Ford. This is 2007. It's not a 2005. It's not 2006. It's a 1993 Ford. She jumps in the van, and after she gets in the van, she tries to maneuver out of the drive. And then she sees Mr. Stermer. Some kind of magical way, he had maneuvered out of the house on fire. And he was on fire. But when he got out of the house, she sees him, she gets out of the van, and she goes over to him and does everything she can do to try to help. A body, the skin from a fire is coming off. She tries to pick him up, and she can't maneuver that. And so she tries to get him in a comfort place to just stay in one place until she can get back in the van and go and try to seek some help. And as she attempts to leave, she doesn't look down on the ground in some kind of way because of the involuntary movement of his body. His body is positioned in a way in which when she attempts to drive out and back up and go forward, his body is up under the center of this van. By this time, the evidence will show that one of these very dear neighbors, several had seen the smoke in the sky, had called 911. And by the time one of the neighbors arrived, she was totally traumatized, and they said, "Where are the children?" And the evidence will show that they were finally advised the children was not in the house because everybody was concerned about who else was in the house. They could see the ball of smoke from a far distance apart. But no first responders are there for a while. Matter of fact, the very first people that are on the scene are all neighbors from the township of Lawrence. One individual was a doctor, not on duty, but he was a doctor. He arrived. You hear the evidence that there was a Mr. Matheny and his significant other, Miss Calhoun. They arrived. Because of his condition, they all was trying to figure out a way to provide some degree of comfort. And Mr. Matheny, who was a mechanic, opened his trunk and he had a lot of work clothes in his trunk. And he laid them on top of Mr. Stermer for some comfort. And the facts will show that where he was now positioned, there was a fuel furnace that was part of the heating system of the house that had been installed by the family, Mr. Stermer, as part of the building. Several individuals was concerned that this fuel furnace was going to explode. And so when the very first responder arrived, they decided to pick Mr. Stermer up and put him in a small little boat and move him far a distance from the house. And all at the same time, they're continuing to call in to 911, telling them, get somebody out here quick. And so when the first responders, I suppose the ambulance arrived, they did all they could do. But there's one part of this that you have to understand, the trauma that Miss Stermer was going through at this time. When they were calling 911 there at the scene, there is a voice that in no shape, form, or fashion that a human mind could assume that this could be a fake voice or a voice to cover something up. Can we hear the voice?
January 7, 2007.
There's a fire. There's a house on fire. A house on fire? Where? County Road 250. 67030. My address is the house right for it. I don't know. 03022? My address. This is the house right for it. There's people here.
You know if anybody lives there?
I do not. Yes, they live here.
Is anybody inside you?
I don't know. I see people right now. I don't know if anyone's inside.
670.
It's boiling.
Is it north or south of you?
Oh my God.
Is it one person?
It's right before my house. It's right before. So it would be the number before me.
Okay, we'll have to park around the way. What's your name, please?
My name is It's Linda Stermer's house.
Linda Stermer?
Yes, oh my God, she's outside. I don't know if people did it. Oh my God.
She's outside now?
She's outside and she's screaming something to my boyfriend.
Okay. Can you see what she's screaming?
I don't know. I don't know. I'm trying to get near the house. Like, I'm a little scared. She's freaking out. Oh my God. Please don't tell me something here.
Are you able to go outside with your cell phone and see?
Yes.
We just want to know if anybody's inside or not.
Is there anybody inside? Is there? Oh my God.
There's someone inside? Okay, calm down. We got the fire department on the way there, okay? Okay. Dude, someone just said it.
From that point on, this whole tragic event has destroyed a life. It's destroyed a family. And we will be able to show you that the destruction from this fire, that there was a duty, an obligation for several individuals to do what was necessary to determine the origin and the cause of the fire. And that there is absolutely nothing through the totality of this investigation that puts any weapon in the hands of Linda Stermer. The links were never there. From this point, the investigation started with one person is alive and one person succumbed to the fire, and therefore one person must be the cause of the fire. That one person would be the person that they can talk to. And that's not the way it was supposed to be. The evidence will show that there was an accidental fire in a house, in a room that had burning candles, that had burning lamps, oil lamps, that had a fireplace, and that the location of where the fire started and how it began to grow was in the same room where Mr. Stermer was. Not where Miss Stermer was, because she was down in the lower part of the house doing laundry and chores. And they started their investigation with this rush to judgment. We are going to make something because we think. We have hunches. And what they did was, as she stated, when they arrived, one person decides that I'm just going to take the pants off of this individual that is lying here suffering and taking his last breaths. And what little he's got on, with a burned up body, I'm going to take his pants off because I think I smell an accelerant. And the pants that got tested, their laboratory say it came back with an accelerant. Don't say where the accelerant came from. But we will show that this oil furnace that was installed by Mr. Stermer is part of their heating system in the house, along with the fireplaces, that the oil furnace had some problems, and that from time to time the oil furnace had to be bled. And so in bleeding the oil furnace, Mr. Stermer had done that the day before, and he had used some of the towels in the house, and these towels were left down in the lower part of the house. And so accelerant in reference to the household issues and needs on the outside was a common activity of use. They're going to tell you about a gasoline can. And on this property, they probably had 6 gasoline cans. Because what do you use gasoline for if you own a farm? Every machinery you have is oil and gasoline. Petroleum. And any one of those is combustible, right? Can start a fire. Sometimes with a match and sometimes without. But the facts will be, for sure, that the cause of the fire was not by a human act, but it was clearly because of some flaw that existed in the upper part of the house. So they take these pans, but what you will also know, that this very same day, evening, and moment after that 911 call that you heard, and when the first responders arrived, and Van Buren County Sheriff's offices arrive, you're going to know what happened was that they told Miss Stermer, "Can we have your clothes?" Now, evidence will show that she has laid down on top of her husband, begging and pleading, "Don't leave me." She has his blood on her clothes, hugging and embracing him. She had previously tried to pick him up. And they say when they realized that Mr. Stermer is not going and didn't survive, so placing him in the ambulance, it was now time for the coroner's office. But they told Miss Stermer, "Can we have your clothes? Come get in the ambulance." And one of the dear friends that lives in the neighborhood, in the area, had showed up also on the scene. She says, "I'll go to the house and get some clothes for you to put on." And so they took all of her clothes in the ambulance, gave them to Van Buren County officer, and the evidence will show that after they receive her clothes and she's able to put some clothes on that's brought to her from a friend's house, that they test these clothes, her clothes. She cooperated 100%. She didn't say, "You don't have a warrant? Am I under arrest? I don't need a warrant. I'm going to do whatever I need to do to find out what happened." But you wouldn't think that you'd be the immediate one, to the point that at this point of your life and you being totally traumatized and experiencing this wretched incident that's taken everything from you, your castle, your husband, your children's father. You want my clothes, but I'm going to give you my clothes. They take those clothes. They have them chemically, forensically analyzed. And the evidence will show that when the test came back, there was zero of any scintilla of any type of accelerant. And an interesting twist about all of this now is that we're thinking that this should be investigated by law enforcement. But all of a sudden, here comes the insurance people. And the evidence will show that Ms. Stermer didn't even know if their insurance was paid up on the house. There had been some financial issues. Things had gotten behind from time to time. But Mr. Stermer was in control of managing those affairs for the house. And the insurance people, they tell Ms. Stermer that no, your insurance was not paid up. But if you will go downtown and write a check to the insurance agent, we will consider your insurance back in force. And that's what she did. And then the insurance people, they started doing what they do. And many times what they do is to see how much money they can keep from paying out on a claim. And so they started this investigation of just trying to interrogate, take depositions, twist questions upside down so they could get the narrative that they wanted. And at the end of the day, they get their narrative. So they come out to the house 2 days after the fire, tell Ms. Stermer, meet us out to your property. Don't have the decency to say, come to our office. This lady is now homeless. Her children are homeless. All the belongings are gone. But the courtesy that's extended to her, but the insurance, is that I'm going to drive out to your property that's been burned down, and I would like for you to meet me. And she cooperates. Her mother, one of her friends, the insurance person says, we need to talk to you. They put her in their car, and that's where they conduct their interview. And then that's not enough, so they come back another day and do the same thing at the property, in the car. And Ms. Stermer has cooperated 100% with them through this whole process. Hasn't delayed, didn't do anything but whatever they asked her to do. And so that's within the first weeks, 3 weeks and months. And then all of a sudden they started providing some financial relief, temporary under the policy. And then what's more tragic about this is, as you said, this happened January the 7th of 2007. The destruction continued for almost 2 years. Before any charges were filed. They went on every degree of a witch hunt that you can imagine. Every person that knew Miss Linda Stermer, they went and talked to. It was so grotesque that they even started looking at Mr. Stermer, the deceased, as the cause, maybe, of the fire. But what they never did was a true investigation for the origin and the cause of the fire. And the evidence will show that because of the fact that they can never and did never try to make any attempt to determine the cause of the fire, they have absolutely nothing that they can put in the hands of Miss Linda Stermer as causing the arson or the fire. And therefore, there is absolutely nothing of an element that they can meet of an arson. Talk about an affair. Talk about some disgruntled friend. Talk about somebody that had a dispute with you, that don't like you. And you're going to use that and connect that to say, okay, we can go all the way back to 2 years ago and we can make this show that, yes, she committed this fire. They go as far as when they do arrest Miss Stermer, they put her in jail. And they put her in jail with other females. And shortly after she's in jail, the evidence will show they start pulling people out of the jail. You know this Stermer lady? You in the cell with her? She tell you anything about her husband? She tell you anything about what happened, why she's in jail? Yeah, she says, I'm in jail because they accused me of burning my house down, and my husband died, and so they charged me with murder and arson. But every last one of these people that they spend a whole lot of time interviewing in the jail, every last one of them give them a different narrative of what they think they want to hear. And we call those people jailhouse snitches. But I leave you with this. Every last one of us is blessed to have the rights that we have in America. Accusations are accusations. But that fiber that I talked about earlier, that presumption of innocence, that beyond a reasonable doubt, those are some very, very strong threads that we get to wear every day. In this case, throughout the duration of this trial, you won't hear nothing from the defense other than the fact that there is no direct evidence, there is no circumstantial evidence. And the beauty of all of that is that the law states that you can't convict someone on conjecture. You can't convict someone on speculation. You can't convict someone because somebody didn't like the way she talked. You can't convict someone on somebody that you think that they was having some type of look or an affair or a conversation with another person under any shape, form, or fashion in America. That's not our society. That's not our foundation. Our foundation is what it's supposed to be, and you have the evidence that we're going to present in the defense of Linda Stermer. That justice shall prevail for this lady who's had to suffer through all of this since that day of January 2007. And you will bring back what is fair and what is just under the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution of this state, and the laws that are so embedded in each one of our lives. Thank you.
We'll take our morning break at this time. We'll take about a 15-minute break. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. Did you want the hearing assessed?
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to make sure I hear what
Yes.
Ben said.
Is that good?
I think so. I'm sorry.
And then you can move the microphone. It's easier to move that than that heavy chair. So you can move that closer to your mouth so that you can hear you.
Okay.
And we'll start by having you tell us your full name and spelling your last, please.
Sandra K. Stermer, Stermer.
Thank you. Is that
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Stermer, did you know Todd Stermer?
Yes,
How did you know Todd?
he was my son.
And do you know Linda Stermer?
Yes,
And how do you know her?
she was my daughter-in-law.
And how long were Todd and Linda married?
Like 13 years.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I have you move your microphone down a little bit? There you go.
Better? Okay. I think 13 years. They were together longer than that.
Do you know how long they were together before they got married?
Well, they had 2 kids. Trace, so a couple of years, 2. Trace might have been 2 or 3 when they got married.
A couple of years, and then they were married about 13.
Yeah.
And what was your relationship with Linda like during the marriage?
It was okay.
What was your relationship like with your son?
It was great. He was a good son. I loved him.
Had you been to their house, the new house that they built on County Road 215?
Oh, wait a minute. I'm not hearing very good here. What was it?
Had you been to their house that they were building on County Road
Oh, yes.
215? Many times?
Yes.
And at the time of the fire, can you describe to the jury kind of what the state of the house was, or?
It was still a work in progress, but the chimney was done, bedrooms, it was very livable. Nice kitchen.
Did they have floor coverings? Like carpet and?
I don't think there was any carpet. I think it was just wood floor, but I won't swear to that. It's been a long time.
A lot of years. So who was building the house?
Todd was, he'd get help when he needed help, and his brother helped him quite a bit, a lot of friends. He had a lot of friends.
Had he built things before in the past?
What now?
Had he done building or remodeling in the past?
Yes, he was very, very handy. Could figure out most any kind of carpenter work, plumbing, electrical. He'd worked with an electrical contractor at one part where he was in an internship for quite a while. I was hoping maybe he'd stick with that, but he likes his independence. So
you said he built most of the house himself, but then contracted out other parts?
yeah, there was parts of it that was contracted out. Yes.
Do you know who was living in the home at the time of the fire?
Todd, Linda, Trevor, Trenton, and Corey.
And who are Trevor, Trenton, and Corey?
Trevor and Trenton are Linda and Todd's sons, and Corey is Linda's nephew.
And did Todd treat Corey as a nephew,
Corey,
or?
No, he treated him like a son. He was a son to him. And we figure he's my grandson. I mean, I don't normally even say anything different except Todd's 3 sons.
And had Todd and Linda raised Corey from a young age?
2. He was only like 2 when so.
Todd died on January 7th of 2007, right?
Yes.
And when did you see him last prior to the fire?
The Friday before.
So that was on a Sunday, so you saw him the Friday before? And what happened on that Friday?
Well, my other son had given me $100 gift card to go to Red Lobster, so I invited Todd and the boys to come in. It was going to start school the next week, and I said if they came in, I'd buy them lunch or Brad would buy us all lunch at Red Lobster. And so they did, and we had a nice lunch and good time. They were in good moods.
So you had the 3 boys and you and Todd?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Linda was working, so she wouldn't have been excluded if she'd have been.
And what was Todd, you said everybody had a good time?
Yes, we did. He had been to a doctor earlier in the day for an ear infection. And so the boys drove in, and then he came after his appointment. And That was it. We just chatted and talked, beginning of school and whatever was going to happen.
What was Todd's mood?
Todd was in a very good mood that day.
In spite of the ear infection?
Yeah, he was. I remember him smiling and laughing and joking with the kids. So,
Any discussion about anything bad going on?
he didn't tell me anything bad going on. No.
If there would have been something bad going on, did you have the type of relationship where he would have discussed it with you?
He would have eventually, but he probably wouldn't have brought it up right then at lunch. But anyway, so he would have probably tried to talk to me in private rather than,
Instead of in front of the boys?
Yeah.
Were you aware of any problems that Todd and Linda were experiencing in their marriage?
As far as, nobody told me anything. That I didn't think it was turning into a very good relationship by then. Just more tension between the two of them. That Thanksgiving, he came to Thanksgiving, him and the three boys came to where we were all at family-wise, and she went with the girls someplace else. So that's holidays like that where it was getting iffy whether they'd both be coming together or not.
And traditionally, are holidays a big thing in your family?
Yes.
And usually everybody comes together?
We usually come together, yes.
Was he a physically fit man at the time of his death?
Yes, he had very little body fat. He was in good shape. He wanted to play sports all the time, and he couldn't do anything. At that age, he was 42, that he played 110%. He was very active.
Did he get involved in any coaching?
He coached, yes. His kids, he coached a whole lot. And a lot of people, and Lawrence and everything, really, there's always going to be the naysayer, but most of them all liked him, and the kids liked him. He loved kids, and he was good with them.
Did he have any physical limitations?
No, he'd had a couple of knee surgeries from skiing and whatever sports things, but it didn't seem to slow him down much.
No. So you didn't notice that it slowed him down when he had those knee surgeries?
No. He was still out running bases and playing basketball, so.
Even after his surgeries?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
When did you first hear about the fire?
Sunday night, later in the afternoon.
Later in the afternoon?
Evening, actually. It was evening.
And when you heard about it, what did you do?
After I talked to the detective, my sister was over there at my house, and we got in the car and drove out to Lawrence.
And did you actually get to go to the house?
We didn't go to the house. I drove down by the house, and then we found out that Linda and the boys were at a neighbor's house, and so we went over there.
So you went with the boys? Okay. And so did you ever go out to the scene that day?
Not that. I mean, I saw it from the road.
Okay.
But the driveway was a mess, and the fire trucks were still in there, and there was police, and I couldn't go down. I mean, I don't know what I could have seen if I went down there, really. But.
And so then, did you have an opportunity? Well, where did the boys go after the fire?
They were at this neighbor's house. I don't remember his name now, but he had come over after the fire, and then and Linda and the boys were all there by then. Ashley had come, her daughter. And
Who's Ashley?
Ashley?
Yeah, who's Ashley?
Linda's daughter.
Okay. Was she
by
living?
her first marriage. What?
Okay. Was she living in the house at the time?
I don't believe she was. Now no, she wasn't living there. She might have stayed there some of the time, but she wasn't living there.
Okay. And after the fire, did did Linda and the boys live with you?
No, I was in a one-bedroom apartment. They spent that night with me, and most of the next day, and whatever. But then they moved out back to Lawrenceburg. They were going to go back to school.
Okay. Did you talk to Linda about what had happened?
I tried, yes.
So, do you remember the first time that you tried talking to her about what happened?
Yeah. I asked what happened. Basically, she said she was in the basement and doing laundry, and that Todd hollered at her to get out or something. There was 3 different stories that I heard within 2 days about how she got out of the house. So I'm not really, they kind of mix up in my head now after 18 years. It's kind of, but one of them was that she went out through the slider and ran around the house and tried to get in the front door, and there was too much fire. Then she told me another time that she came up the stairs and there was too much, and so she went back down now. And then the third one was she got up there, but she couldn't get in the living room where Todd was at, and so she went out through the front door.
So when you say the slider door, what door was that?
In the basement. It was a walkout basement with,
Did she tell you where Todd was at the time?
Well, she said it, first of all, she told me, he was in the living room and he was on fire. So.
And she told you he was in the living room when she saw
and then
him?
I got to remember, we'd get just to a certain point, and then she'd start getting all hysterical or whatever. So I'd just back off. I wasn't being confrontational anyway. I just wanted to know what happened.
So the first time you said that she said she was in the basement, did she say what she was doing in the basement?
Said she was doing laundry.
And did she tell you where Todd was at that time?
Well, he wasn't feeling good, and he was upstairs.
Did she tell you anything about a fire in the fireplace?
Yes, she said there was a fire. He was sitting in his chair up there and had a fire in the fireplace.
And then she said, I just want to be clear, you said that she yelled, or that she heard Todd yell something?
For her to get out. One time, that was one thing she told me. So.
And then she tried to get up the steps, and that was when she couldn't get out?
Well, like I said, she told me 3 different ways she got out of the house, so I don't know which time was which.
So the time that she said she didn't get up the stairs, did she say why she didn't get up the stairs?
Says there was too much smoke and flame.
And did she say if she saw Todd at that time? Is that a no?
No, I'm sorry.
So she said she didn't see Todd, or didn't she tell you anything?
I don't think she said she got, because I don't think she could get up there far enough, supposedly, to see.
And then she said at one time that she went upstairs and she saw him, right?
Yes.
And then what door did she say she went out at that time?
She went out through the front.
The front door, which would have been in the house?
Yes.
Okay.
There was also another exit off the kitchen. She never used that, but there's a lot of ways out of the house.
Was the exit off the kitchen, was that on the side of the house, the back of the house, the front of the house?
The one in the kitchen?
Yeah, the exit.
Was toward the back of the house. It was like off the kitchen on the back of the house.
And that would have been, the door
and I
would have
don't
gone-
think there was any steps there, but I think that must be the way Todd got out.
Well, and I'm not going to ask you about that because obviously you weren't there, right?
Yeah.
So she said, so one time she said that she went out the front door. Did she say she saw Todd that time?
Susan, I can't tell you which one time she told me what. They were all right together. It was like one day She told me 2 different ways that she tried to get out or did get out, and then another way that she got out. So it's all here. I mean, you know.
Yeah. And then I just want to be clear, then one time she said she didn't see Todd and one time she said she did see Todd.
I'm sure she told me she saw Todd.
And you said that those all happened within how many days from the fire? Those 3 different accounts.
At the day of and the next day.
So between those 2 days.
Yeah, and then I quit asking.
Did you ever talk to her about the van and driving the van? No? Did she ever tell you why she was driving the van?
Said she didn't have a phone.
Did she ever tell you, or did you ever ask if she saw Todd outside?
I didn't, because I won't elaborate. I didn't.
And she never said anything about that. Was there a time that you were talking to her in those 2 days where you were at Kate Swift's house?
No, that was later.
That was later. So how much later was that?
Probably within a week, because Brad and Kelly, I think, were with me.
So who's Brad?
My son.
Your son.
Other son.
And that'd be Todd's brother?
Yes.
And what was the conversation with Linda? What did Linda say at that conversation with Brad and at Kate Swift's house?
Well, the kids were he was trying to question her, and she just got all hysterical, and went off to the basement or the bathroom, and I just followed her in, but she didn't say anything.
So as soon as she was questioned, she began to hyperventilate and became hysterical and didn't want to talk?
Yeah.
Did Linda ever talk to you about her marriage?
Not really, no. I mean, if she did, it would have been to complain about something,
On those conversations after the fire, did she ever talk to you about her filing for divorce or wanting a divorce?
Not to me.
Did you know anything about Todd and Linda's financial status?
Not good. Pretty shaky.
And how did you know that?
Well, I lent him some money.
How much money?
Do I have to say?
Was it over $20,000?
Yes.
And during the course of their marriage, how many times did you have to lend them money?
Well, Todd and I worked together, John, on different things. I wanted to make sure they had a house to live in, for one thing. So I would sometimes bail him out make sure he had a payment. And then he was very good about paying me back. It's just at the end here, when he was working really hard, trying to get the house done, that I lent him the larger sum. And I had no doubt he would have just kept paying until he paid it back. I never thought he'd ever wouldn't.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ms. Stermer.
Good morning, Ms. Stermer.
Good morning. What is? This thing is, I'm hearing noises coming from behind me here. From this, I guess.
Another kind, maybe we'll try.
Well, maybe if I just,
Was it the noise of this moving this?
it's weird.
Is it, are you hearing it now?
What now?
Are you hearing it now,
Yeah.
the noise?
Can you hear?
No? So we'll try a different headset for you.
Sorry. I don't know how this one goes on.
Under your chin. Sound okay?
We'll see. Sorry about that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Let's see if it works. Your turn.
Good morning, Ms. Stermer. Can you hear me?
Hi, good morning. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I'll be brief, Ms. Stermer. You stated that your son was very skilled in building. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And he had been an apprentice. Is that I understand?
He was a apprentice for an electrician.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Can we move your microphone down again?
Oh, I'm sorry.
See?
Well,
Pull that microphone down.
okay.
Right there. See the microphone? Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Sorry about that.
There's sound issues in here.
I'm electronically challenged.
But you apprentice for an electrician, is that right?
Yes, he was. And he also, he just was one of those guys that could look at a blueprint and he'd measure, and he just was a perfectionist along those lines. He'd remodeled a couple of houses along the way and that he'd sold, and he'd learned. He was a smart kid.
Well, was this the first house that you
That he built from scratch.
that he built from scratch? Is that right?
Yes.
And you were very proud of that.
Yeah, I mean, I was always proud of my sons anyway, all daughters and whatever. But yes, I was proud of him.
So when he told you that he was going to build this first house from scratch, did you help him financially in reference to the?
Not right at first. I mean,
Okay.
it was later on. He got when he was getting into the closing stuff, and he'd already put a lot of money into it. That
Okay.
he had that I helped him out some.
Had you ever spent the night at the new house that he built?
Did I?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, no, okay. But you knew, did you know the geographics of the house on the inside? You did?
Yes, I'd been out there a lot.
Okay, okay. It was upstairs.
I was probably upstairs only about once because stairs I've had both hips replaced.
Right,
and
okay.
Stairs are a little challenge.
Yes, I understand. But he had a fireplace. Did he ever express to you which part of the house was more passionate to him than the other?
No, not to me.
Okay, okay. When you were speaking with Linda right after the unfortunate demise of your son, was she still hysterical to you as far as processing the whole incident?
She pretty much, when we got back to my apartment, I gave my room. He fixed her up with, whatever. And she just went in there and stayed in there, and I was out in the living room with the boys, and so.
Okay. Okay. And the lunch that you and your son and your grandsons y'all had, the only reason why Linda wasn't there is because she was at work?
They said she was at work or she was doing something. I mean, she worked periodically. She worked at different jobs, and she did a lot with a lot of horses. And so I don't remember especially, but I'm thinking it was work that they thought that said they, So.
Did you know about the horses?
The horses?
Yes.
I knew something about the horses, yes.
Beg your pardon?
What?
I
knew about the horses.
You knew about the horses. Okay. So, would it be fair to say that your son or Linda, they didn't use you as a sounding board for any family affairs, right?
No, I know Todd. I had talked to Todd at different times. We used to ride to ball games a lot. His kids were real active, and I tried to go to as much as I could. And he had trying to get my thoughts straight. Anyway, he said he found out some things, but I don't think I ought to bring them up here. I mean, about whatever, about their marriage. I mean, he found out that she hadn't told him the exact truth about a lot of things before they got married.
Before they got married?
Yeah.
Okay.
And after they were married, a few more things popped up, whatever. But he was trying. He just told me he was going to try, and he wanted to be the best husband he could be. So he was going to stick with it, and did want to be a weekend dad. And that's where we pretty much left it. He didn't come and cry to me that Linda's doing this, that, or the other thing. No, that wouldn't have been him.
Okay.
He would have never. Okay. He would have, if they were really getting a divorce, he would have come to me and told me eventually that, well, we're getting a divorce, and I probably would have heard over that weekend actually if she was really leaving. So okay. I don't know.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Stermer.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. When the house that Todd built had a basement level, right?
And an upper level too.
So
Loft or whatever.
Loft. So when
That's what I'm talking about. Yes. I probably went up to the loft maybe once.
Okay. So was it like a loft that overlooked the living room?
It seems like it had stairs going up. It wasn't overlooking anything.
Okay. So you hadn't gone upstairs, meaning the loft.
Right. I had been on the first 2 floors, yes.
So you were on the main level, and is that where the kitchen, the living room, and everything was on the main level?
We used to, like at Christmas, we played cards down in the basement.
So you'd also been in the lower level,
Oh, yeah.
in the basement.
Yeah.
So really the only level you didn't go to was the loft.
Yeah.
Okay. And I just wanted to be clear. And I just wanted to touch base. The evening of the fire, you said that you sat with the boys?
Actually, what I remember is sitting on the kitchen floor with Trevor. And we just sat there almost all night.
On the kitchen floor?
Yeah.
What were you doing on the kitchen floor?
Crying and talking and just supporting each other.
And Linda was not involved in this at all?
She was in the bedroom.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Clark?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any questions of this witness? I'll have you raise your hand. No? Okay. Is she excused from persecuting counsel?
Your Honor, I would ask that she be excused.
Have no objection, Judge.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Your nominee, assistants, can come in.
Tony Evans, EVANS.
Thank you. What is your current occupation?
I'm currently employed at the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been there?
over 26 years.
In what capacity were you working with the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department on January 7th of 2007?
I was a K-9 deputy.
You were pardon me, a what?
A K-9 deputy?
K-9 deputy. K-9 meaning you have a dog.
Yes.
And were you dispatched to a fire on that day at approximately 3:30 in the afternoon?
I was.
And do you recall the location?
The 66,000 block of County Road 215.
Is that in Lawrence Township?
It is.
Van Buren County, State of Michigan?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long it took you from the time you were dispatched till the time you got to the property?
About 7 minutes.
And were you the first emergency responder or law enforcement to arrive?
I was the first law enforcement. There was a firefighter, first responder that was there before me,
Do you recall who that was?
Steve Leach.
What did you observe when you first arrived at the home?
So when I pulled in a long dirt driveway, heading back to the west to a 2-story yellow home, I pulled in, it parked off to the right about 3/4 of the way down. I saw heavy smoke on the north side of the residence. It was going up and a little bit to the north. Then I saw flames on the south side and smoke coming out of the second story windows.
How long was that driveway approximately?
Approximately 250 yards.
Was it a flat driveway? Did it angle up?
If I remember, it had just a little incline going up to it, to the west.
You said that you saw the smoke going up. I think you used your hands in a motion to show going up. Was there any smoke coming out of the sides of the home?
I don't remember any smoke coming out of the sides. I remember coming out of the second floor. It was pretty clear, actually.
So coming down the drive, you could clearly see the sides of the houses?
Yes.
Could you clearly see the yard?
Yes.
And you said you saw fire in the second story?
There was fire on the south side of the residence that I could plainly see. There's also some smoke. There was heavy smoke on the north side of the residence.
What were the weather conditions at that time?
When I pulled in there, I don't remember it raining. It was cloudy, a little overcast. Eventually it did start to rain though, sometime down I'm not sure the time frame of it when it started to rain. But
Sometime after you
sometime
arrived, it
after I
started to
arrived,
rain?
correct.
And then did the weather change from the rain?
Went from light rain to heavy rain to snow.
And that was later on?
Yes, it was later on.
Would that have been after it was dark?
Remember it raining, so it was about 3:37, 3:46, if I remember correctly.
When you got there, correct?
When I got there. January of that time, I'm not sure exactly what time it got dark out. Obviously, it gets dark out earlier in January here in Michigan. So I think it was maybe light out when it started raining as well.
Do you have any problems going down that 250-yard driveway?
I did not.
And then how far down the driveway did you get before you parked?
About 3/4 way down, I parked off facing the north.
And why did you park before the house?
I knew that first responders would be showing up, fire department, so I pulled off that way because it looked like there's only one ingress or egress going to that residence.
And then did you walk then from your car to the residence?
I did.
Do you recall the condition of the driveway as you were walking on it?
It seemed fine to me.
And then as you approached the house, what did you see?
So I saw subjects on the north side of the residence. About 5 people on the north side of the residence. I walked up there and they were attending to Mr. Stermer.
So I want to stop you real quick with on the north side of the property. Can you give the jury an explanation of what the terrain is on the north side and how that house is situated with the terrain?
So terrain-wise, it was a grass with a slight slope going down. And then it looked like there was maybe a driveway that they used to pull around to the back of the house at some point, but that would have been dirt.
And so then did the terrain go, did it go all the way down to then the lower level?
It dipped down to the west.
And so where were the people that you saw situated in like with that terrain?
About 20, yep, there's a green fuel oil tank that was there. So they're about 20, 25 yards to the north, maybe northwest from there.
And were they on the slope down that you described?
I don't remember being on a slope down, no.
Okay. You know what I mean when I'm talking about the yard sloping down?
Yeah,
Were
we weren't on the slope, no.
Okay, so you were
More
up
the flat part.
higher?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall who was on scene there? You said there were several people when you arrived.
Mike Matheny, Connie Calhoun, Steve Leach, who was from the fire department, Dr. Masali was a neighbor, and Linda Stermer.
And what did you do then when you first arrived and saw this group of people?
I went over there, noted there that Mr. Stermer was on the ground. I noted Linda Stermer was laying on top of him or on top of him.
I want to stop you there. So she was laying on top of him?
Well, she was on top of him.
And can you describe how she was on top of him?
So he was laying down, and she was, I'd say, knees to the side of him.
Straddling him?
With his head. Can I show you real quick?
Yeah, would that help? Could you
So-
come down and show the jury then how she was?
So he was laying down here on the floor, and then his head
Can you hear?
Oh,
Oh, come
so he was laying
on. Here,
down.
she's been using a microphone. Sorry.
So he was laying down on the ground. Say this is him, and there's his head. She had her knees here, and she was down like this on top of him,
And where was his head?
right here.
So she was face to face. Were her legs straddling his body?
No,
So she was to the side of him,
the
but
side.
then face to face with him.
correct.
How close was she to him?
She was on top of him.
Thank you. Could you tell at that time if Todd Stermer was still alive?
He did have labored breathing.
And when you say labored breathing, what do you mean by that?
His breathing was shallow.
Shallow? Was he responsive?
No,
Did you hear him say anything?
no, I did not.
What did you observe about Todd Stermer and any injuries?
I know he had burns on his face, his arms. appeared to be severely burned. His ears, you could see some cartilage on it. He did have a laceration to the back of his head that was bleeding.
And did you see blood anywhere other than the back of his head?
He also had lacerations to the back of him.
Was there any blood on the ground?
Yes.
And where was that blood?
The blood was where he was sitting, where he's laying on the ground.
Was he clothed at that time?
He was not clothed. He did have a pair of sweatpants and his socks on. I'm not sure if he had underwear on at that time, but they were wrapped around his ankles. And there was a plaid, looked like a jacket of some sort that was laying over his private area. There was also other clothes that were bunched up down by his feet.
By his feet?
Yes.
And did you ask, did the defendant, Linda Stermer, what had happened?
I did ask her what happened, and she didn't respond.
Did you ask her if anybody else was in the home?
I did.
Did she respond to that?
After a couple of times, she said no, or she shook her head no, and then said there may be some cats.
What was the defendant doing then when she was on the ground?
She was saying his name, Todd.
Was anyone else attending to Todd at that time?
There was the previous people I spoke of were around him. Dr. Masali was there as well. He was attempting to attend to him as well. At some point, we had to actually take Linda off of Todd and move her so we could do immediate care.
So when you say you had to take her off, what do you mean by that?
Had to hold on to her and physically tell her to get off so we could go ahead and attend to
So
Todd.
that you could do what?
Attend to Todd.
And when you say attend to, do you mean then administer aid?
Administer aid, yes.
And at that point, he still has the labored breathing?
Yes.
Did the ambulance arrive then?
An ambulance arrived at some point, yes. Well, no, I think that it was not there at that time, no. There was no ambulance at that time.
Did you attempt to administer any aid at that time?
So we were close to the house, and the house was on fire. There's a large green fuel tank that was on the north side of the residence. So I was worried for other first responders, everybody on scene. So tried to make the decision to move Todd further away from the scene. The decision was made between, I'm not sure among all of us, was to find something to move Todd. Because I went to try to move him, and as I grabbed him, so I tried to grab him under his arms and kind of like a fireman carry, see if I could bring him back. But due to his skin slippage, I was unable to do that. I then attempted to try and grab his arms, and maybe I could pull him that way, and the skin came off of his arms and went down towards his hands.
Were you able to find something then to try to move him?
One of the persons there, we found like a molded sled, like a plastic sled or of some sort.
A plastic sled?
Yeah. From what I recall, it's like a molded sled. I can't even tell you what color it was. It was
Just
so
made of
fast.
plastic?
That's my recollection. It was probably plastic.
And once you found that sled, what did you do?
So we moved Todd up, slid him into the sled, and then moved him about 100, 125 yards to the northeast, away from the fire scene.
And once you got him moved, did other people arrive?
Yes.
And who arrived?
So the fire department arrived, the ambulance arrived after a little bit there. I also got a hold of my sergeant I relayed stuff on the radio to him about for him to respond to the scene. Also, Deputy Gary Gruss from the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office arrived. When he arrived, I asked him to grab a CPR mask because after we moved him and got him up in that corner over there, he stopped breathing.
So did you attempt to administer any other aid at that point, or did they take over then with the CPR mask?
We all began doing CPR and compressions. I think it was 3 or 4 of us that did it. Coloma EMS, if I remember correctly, was on the scene. They asked us to continue doing that until he was pronounced.
And so at that time he had stopped his labored breathing, but you were still continuing CPR?
Yes, and as we tried to do CPR on him, no more air would go into his mouth.
Did you observe the Ford Echoline van at any time on scene?
I did.
And when did you first notice that?
It was after tending to the medical aid of Mr. Stermer. I saw a Ford Econoline van at the south side of the resident, or I'm sorry, the west. Well, that would be the west side of the residence. So behind the residence, with the front facing south.
So, and I just for directionally challenged people like myself, the north side would be to the right of the house, correct?
So if I'm going down the driveway and I'm looking at the house, the right side is the north, the left side is the south.
So
straight ahead would be west.
Straight ahead would be west. So the Mr. Stermer and everybody were to the right on the north side when you first arrived.
Yes.
And then the van was in the rear of the home?
Yes.
And was it facing towards the victim and towards the people, or was it facing away from?
It was facing away.
Anything you observed unusual about that van in the backyard?
It was running. I could see smoke coming from the tailpipe.
How close was it to the home?
It's fairly close, maybe 5 to 7 yards.
And it was still running?
Yes.
When you talked about moving Todd, where did you move him to, now that we have a better concept of direction?
So when we moved him, if we're facing the house, coming up the driveway to the north, and then a little bit back to the east.
So kind of
it's coming
farther,
back at me.
coming towards the backyard.
Yep.
Were you there when the medical examiner arrived?
I was, yes.
At that point, once the medical examiner had arrived, was Todd pronounced dead at that time?
I believe so, yes.
Once he was pronounced dead, did you have an opportunity to see his injuries a little bit more thoroughly?
Yes.
And how much of his body was burnt?
I would say 70%.
And you talked about skin slippage. Where was the skin slippage?
So on his arms, down by his hands, so the skin peeled off and went down towards his hands. He also had some skin slippage up when I tried to grab him up by the shoulder area.
And you talked about the lacerations and I believe some injuries you saw on the back. Is this the time that you saw the injuries then on the back?
Yeah, I noted there was a lot of blood when we moved him. And during the time of the CPR and looking at him, there's a large pool of blood when we moved him from the area where he was laying down. Brought him over there, and once we were doing our medical assessment of him, he was still bleeding from his head, and then he had some lacerations as well on his back.
Your Honor, I believe that defense counsel has stipulated to People's Exhibit number 1, which includes It would include pictures 1 through 27, so we've labeled them all 1. So it'll be 1-1, 1-2, 1-3. And I believe we have a stipulation to admit these photos.
Any objection?
No objection, you stipulate, Your Honor.
Okay, but we will see in the elementary was exhibit 1-27.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. And permission to publish? Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to hand you the stack of photos that's been admitted as People's Exhibit number 1, just so that you can follow along as we talk about them from the jury.
Okay.
So this is 1-1, and I just want to point out for the record that it's evidenced by the number 1 at the bottom right corner, just for the ability to keep the record clean. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at in item 1-1?
So that appears to be where Mr. Stermer was laying originally before being moved. I also, it was marked with a flag as well.
So the flags were used for what purpose?
So the weather started getting bad, started raining, then started heavy raining, then it started to sleet, and then it started to snow. So the reason I used the flags was to mark where he was at, and I also saw some tire impressions from what appeared to be from the van going through the grass and back to the van.
And did you also mark the tire impressions?
I did, yes.
So I'm going to ask you, if you see places where you've marked tire impressions, if you could also then describe that to the jury.
On Exhibit 1.
Did you see any on Exhibit 1?
I see one other flag, but I'm not sure on this picture here.
Okay, I'll have you go to number 2 then. And can you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
So number 2 is where Mr. Stermer was laying.
And can you tell by this picture then in relation to any tire tracks?
There are some tire tracks next to the flag there.
And would that be then towards the kind of in a diagonal from the left to the right?
Yes.
That would be the tire track? Would that be the tire track?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have you then go to 1-3. Could you describe for the jury what we're looking at here?
So that's where Mr. Stermer was laying. The 2 flags depict the tire tracks going I'm trying to orient myself on that.
Would it help to give you the pointer?
No, I can see
Okay,
it on here.
okay.
I got it. So the 2 flags are representative of where the tire tracks were.
So I'm going to point out, so we have the orange flag and the red flag. Those are the tire tracks. Can you see on the screen where I'm touching them?
Yeah, the first flag is depicting where, so the one on the left is depicting where Mr. Stermer was laying.
Okay.
The one past it, and it might be better with
On the next
the
picture?
next photographs.
Okay.
But that could be possibly where the other tire track was.
Okay, and then I want to then the darkened area immediately to the right of the flag. What is that? Can you see where I'm pointing?
That is blood.
Okay, and that's where Todd Stermer was laying?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to have you go then to the next photo. Okay. And can you describe what we're looking at here?
That's another picture of where Mr. Stermer was laying.
And then any tire track, is this the same tire track?
Yes.
I'm going to go to the next slide, which I believe will be 5. What are we looking at here?
So I think you can see the van in the background there. And if you look at the tire tracks, the one on the left and right, that is a tire track moving back towards the van.
So were you able to follow the tracks from where you first saw them to then the van that you found?
Yes,
And is this a progression of pictures as you're approaching the van?
it is.
Okay. So I'm going to go then to photo number 6, 1-6. What are we looking at here?
The picture, pretty much the same as the other one, depicting where the tire tracks were.
And are you just walking closer to the van at this
Correct.
time?
Yeah.
And now I'm going to go to 1-7. What are we looking at here?
Uh, 1-7 is depicting where the two flags are, where the tire tracks are going back behind the house.
And again, then also where the victim was located?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 1-8. And what are we looking at here?
It's just another photo depicting where the tire tracks are going to the back of the house.
And in this photo, we can see part of the house, is that correct?
Correct.
And so if we're looking at the house from this angle, what side of the house is that?
This is the north side.
So if I'm going down the driveway, this would be the right-hand side of the house,
Correct.
and just looking back up at it.
Yes.
I'm going to go to 1-9, and what are we looking at here?
That is a picture of the van.
And then where was this again located?
On the west side of the residence, behind the house.
Behind the house. I'm going to go to 1-10. What are we looking at here?
Another picture of the van.
1-11.
So that's going to be a picture facing east, taking a passenger side picture of the van.
And so this is also showing part of the house. Again, what part of the house are we looking at here?
The south side.
And that would be the back side of the
Oh,
house?
sorry, the west side. That would be the west side.
The west side, which is the back of the house?
Yes.
Would that be the lower level? Is that the walkout level?
I would assume so. I never went in it. So.
And I'm going to go to 1-12. And if you could just describe what we're looking at here.
Another picture depicting where the van was on the west side behind the house.
And the lighted up area obviously is still where the fire is occurring?
I'm not sure on that.
Okay. Do you know what the lighted area is?
I do not.
Okay. I'm going to go to 1-13. And what are we looking at here?
That's another picture of the van behind the house.
1-14. I see. Did you put a flag on this picture?
I did.
And why do you have a flag on this picture?
So when I was looking at the van, I noticed that on the brush guard, there appeared to be blood on it.
And when you say the brush guard, what do you mean by the brush guard?
So below the chrome bumper, there was a plastic brush guard, and there appeared to be blood on it.
And that's what the flag is depicting?
Correct.
I'm going to go to 1-15. What are we looking at here?
That's another picture of the van with the flag near it, and you can kind of see a little bit of red to the right of the flag, and that is the blood that I saw.
So I'm going to go to the right of the flag,
Right on the brush guard there.
right there where I'm pointing.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go to 1-16. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture of the driver's side of the van.
So your back would have been to the house at this
I would have been
direction?
to the house at this time, yes.
Go to 1-17, what are we looking at here?
That's the front of the van straight on, so I'd have been facing the north. The van was facing the south. Where the flag is, to the left of it, there's a red mark, and that's what I believe to be blood on the van.
I'm going to go to 1-18. What is this?
That's another picture of the front of the van, where that previous flag was, and then what appears to be blood on the brush card.
So just a close-up from the
Another
last picture.
close-up, yeah.
I'm going to go to 119. Is this another
That's
further
another
close-up?
close-up of the same.
I'm going to go to 1-20.
Another close-up of the same of what I saw.
1-21. Do you know what it is we're looking at here?
So, if you see, kind of faint, but there's some flags out there. So if you go to the top, I don't know if you can see it from there. There's like 1, 2, 3 flags that I can see.
Are they red?
They're red.
So
that would be where the tire impression would be.
Am I pointing to the first one?
That would be on this side. So it would be on the north side.
Okay,
And
that's
that
one of
other-
the flags?
That's one of the flags, and then on the other side would have been the south side flags.
Okay, and then these 2 flags here?
Yeah. So what I'm trying to mark is where you could see the tire impressions going to the van. Again, it was pouring rain, getting hard, and freezing rain and a little bit of snow.
So at that time, you're just trying to make sure that you get the property marked?
I'm just trying to preserve it with whatever I had at the time. Yes.
I'm going to go to 1-22. And what are we looking at here?
So what I'm trying to depict there is if you look on the left, there's the flags going kind of rounded back towards the van. So on the right side, you can see the flags going back towards the van. The left side, flags going back towards the van. So trying to capture how the van went around and parked.
So you were able to then, let me ask you this way, were you able to see where the van started and where it ended?
Initially, yes.
And you were able to follow that entire path?
Yes, I followed it from, not necessarily all the way from the front, but where I could see some tire impressions, I followed that to go around to the back of the van on that north side of the house.
Do you know how much you could see prior to Mr. Stermer's body? How much of the tire tracks you could see prior?
It wasn't a heavy impression. It was just a mild impression. It's like someone drove through your grass.
Was the ground more solid there?
At the time, the ground was more solid. There may have been just a little bit. It may have rained there before. I don't know. I'm not sure if it rained there before. But there was just a little bit of mud.
And then you were able to then track it up to the point of Mr. Stermer's body,
Yes.
and then you were able to track them going to the backyard.
Yes.
Was this a fluid track? Meaning, did you see any detours off of that curve?
I did not know.
Okay. So you were able to follow it in a pretty smooth curve.
Yes.
I'm going to go then to 1-23. What are we looking at here?
Again, depicting where the tire tracks were leading to the van.
And that's donated by the red flags?
Correct.
1-24.
The same thing. I think just a little bit better angle. I think you can see a little more on this picture where the flags are going back towards the van.
And I want to ask you, are those flags going in 2 separate lines?
Correct.
So the flags on what would be more in the middle of the screen Those would have been,
The flags are near the tire tracks, yes.
and so, let me ask you this way. So you're marking 2 sets of tire tracks?
2 sets of tire tracks.
The left side, the
and
driver's
right.
side, and the passenger
Correct.
side? Okay.
And in this picture, you can see where there's looks like some medical supplies that might have been left out, some gloves or something. It looks like right there, that's where Mr. Stermer was laying.
Okay, when you say right there,
On the left side, above that white.
above this white?
So go above that and right there.
So right above the white,
Yes.
that's where, what is that?
It looks like that's where Mr. Stermer was laying.
And when you're talking about medical supplies, what are you talking about?
Gloves. Gloves, and maybe that was a bandage that I probably grabbed out of my car.
Okay. I'm going to go to 1-25. What are we looking at here?
It's another picture depicting the tire tracks and showing where Mr. Stermer was laying.
And again, I just want to be clear, there's 2 straight lines of flags, correct?
Correct.
And so the ones then on the left would be the driver's side, and the ones on the right would be the passenger side.
Yes.
I'm going to go to 1-26.
It's depicting pretty much the same thing. I think you can vaguely see the van up on the left-hand side there.
At the top of the photo?
At the top of the photo, yes.
So the van, is that the van there?
Correct.
At the top?
Yes.
I'm going to go to 1-27. And what are we looking at here?
That's another photo depicting the tire tracks.
And I believe that is the last photo. Did you take any injuries of any photos of Mr. Stermer's injuries?
I did not.
After you had taken the pictures, mapped everything out, at some point were the detectives called?
Yes, I called my sergeant at the time, George Franks. I asked him to come out. He came out, and the decision was made to call our detective bureau in.
And who did you call?
Detective Maciowski, Detective Rout, Lieutenant Stump.
And you had mentioned that the medical examiner had arrived at some point.
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
Amy Darling.
Did the fire department arrive while you were present?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain information about that van that was in the yard still running?
Yes, by running it through the Secretary of State system.
Did you determine who owned the van?
I believe it was owned by the Stermers. I'm not sure what name it's registered into.
What was done with the van?
That was towed.
Do you know where it was taken?
I believe it was taken to Decatur Towing.
And why was it taken there?
The decision was made by the detectives to preserve the van for evidence and continue on.
Was the rain concerning at that time?
It was, yes.
At that point, did you continue on with the investigation, or did the detectives take over?
Our detectives took over.
After they took over and started their investigation, did you receive any physical evidence from the Detective Bureau?
I got some clothing that was given to me by Detective Maciowski and Sergeant Franks.
And were you aware of whose clothing or what that clothing was at that time?
I was not.
And what was done with that clothing?
it was wet. Might have been some blood on it. I was asked to go take it to our crime lab at the sheriff's office and hang it up.
And why would
Dry
you
out.
dry it out? Was that the reason it was hung up?
Yes.
And you said it was bloody and wet.
When I hung it up, I noticed there was some wetness on it and some blood, yes.
And then was that in a secure area that it was hung up?
Yes.
After you moved Mr. Stermer away from the house, were you able to then show the detectives where he first was located by you?
Yes, I did.
And at that time, was everything flagged for them?
So, when I put the flags out there, but there's also other first responders on that north side. And I think one of the pictures here, it shows a tire track kind of going off. I believe that is to a first responder vehicle. That's not related to the tracks that I saw going to the Ford Econoline van.
And then did you inform the detectives of everything that you had seen?
I did.
And then was the scene secured for that evening?
Yes, it was.
And how was it secured?
I believe the detectives called the police to secure it and waiting on the fire marshal.
And the fire marshal, did they secure it until the fire marshal arrived?
To my knowledge, yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Just have a few questions. I want to go over some of what you observed when you got to the scene. First of all, you said that you saw Linda and you showed us she was kneeling over Todd.
Correct.
She was screaming his name, wasn't she?
She was yelling Todd, yes.
She was hysterical, essentially. Right?
She was yelling his name, yes.
Loudly?
Loudly, yes.
Out of control?
Wouldn't say out of control, but yeah, she was yelling his name, Todd, 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 over and over.
Did you help get her off of
Yes.
him? You were looking at some of the photos, and we saw the photos of the blood on the ground. You remember that?
Correct. Yes.
And comparing it to the tire tracks. Right?
Yes.
There was no blood that you observed at the scene on the tires themselves. Is that right?
I didn't observe it on the tires, no.
In fact, we saw the blood on the bumper. Remember that? The brush guard, you called it.
Yes.
And the brush guard is about, what, 10 inches off the ground?
I'm not 100% sure how far up that is, but
Roughly?
roughly.
Okay. 10 inches off the ground, and it was inside the tire, wasn't it?
Yes.
All right. You didn't see any evidence of any blood on the vehicle itself that would suggest the tire impacted Todd, fair?
Yeah, I did not know.
All right. The Econoline van was taken to Decatur towing, and you had nothing to do with it after that?
I had nothing to do with it, no.
The clothing that you took, did you know it was Linda Stermer's clothing?
I don't recall if I was told that by Verge Franks or by Masiowski.
One way or another, you don't know.
One way or another, I don't know at this time.
But you took it to the crime lab, right?
Correct.
And you stored it personally in some area?
So the sheriff's office has a secure crime lab area. So you could go in there, you can hang up stuff, any type of evidence. They do fingerprints in there if they were trying to get lien prints off of an item. If you were a crime technician, etc.
Are you a crime technician?
In 2002, I went to a basic 35-hour class that covered basic crime scene.
Okay. In 2007, January 7, 2007, you were not a crime scene technician for the Van Buren County Sheriff's, fair?
Well, I would get called out sometimes to do fingerprints, basic stuff, castings of a tire, but any advanced crime scene technician, no.
Okay. Were you aware of the policies of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office with respect to how evidence is stored and secured?
I'd imagine I was at that time.
You can't just tell us as you sit here today, fair?
Fair.
And you don't know, well, you didn't separately bag any of the evidence, did you?
I did not.
All right, you just kept it and stored it in the room together as you found it.
I hung it up separately, yes.
Okay.
Then noted it in a report.
But you don't know the way you hung it up and where you stored it was in compliance with the Sheriff's Office policies and procedures, fair?
Fair.
Thank you very much, appreciate it.
Just briefly, Your Honor. You never had the opportunity to examine underneath the van, did you?
I did not know.
And you're trained as to how to store evidence, correct?
Yes.
And you have policies and procedures on how to store evidence?
Yes.
And that was the secured area that the evidence was put into, correct?
Correct.
And did you follow the policies and procedures at that time of how to handle evidence?
Objection form. Leading.
I did, yes.
Thank you. I
To
know.
my knowledge, I did, yes.
As an officer, do you review policy and procedures?
Yes.
And are you informed by command staff of what policy and procedures are?
Yes.
And do you follow policy and procedures as given to you?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
When I asked you just a second ago, were you aware of the policy of securing and storing the evidence on January 7, 2007? You told me you didn't know, right?
I did not know the actual policy procedure on that date.
Okay.
No, I did not.
You generally you were aware of the policies, how you're supposed to do it,
Correct, yes.
but as you did those pieces of clothing, you don't know if they complied with the Sheriff's Office policy,
I
fair?
do not know at that time, yes.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jurors, do you have any questions of this witness? I've got a couple hands lined up, so if you have already, please write down your questions or retrieve them. I have some questions from the jury, sir. No objection from counsel. First one is, do you know if the van was stuck behind the house or merely parked, just if you know?
It did not appear to be stuck. It appeared to be parked.
Okay. Were the tire tracks on the dirt drive around the house? Were they on the dirt drive around the house?
It was on a grass dirt area. I don't know if that's what they use as their drive or not.
Okay. Any blood, mud trail, or drag marks from Todd to the house prior to moving him?
Not that I saw, no.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, do you have any questions in light of my questions and answers? On the side of you?
I would just like to follow up one.
Yeah, did you have any?
Counsel had a question?
Okay.
Sir, that second question had to do with tire tracks around what you call the dirt drive. It wasn't even a driveway, right?
No, it looks like maybe they use that to drive around to the back of their house.
Did you see any tire tracks? Strike that. If you had seen that, you would have measured that off and flagged it, right?
If I would have saw, yes, I would have flagged that off, yes.
You didn't notice anything?
I did not know.
Thank you.
I just want to be clear, when you talk about the drive around, what material was that? Was it dirt? Was it grass?
Dirt. There was no concrete, gravel, anything like that that I recall.
So was it mainly grass?
Objection, small, speculate.
How much of it was grass?
I'm not sure
Okay.
how much was grass.
Okay. Were there any defined tracks that you were able to say that this was something that was used in the past?
Not that I recall.
Okay. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Jury, do you have any other questions of him in light of what's happened, the latest questions? Okay, you do, ma'am? Is it written down yet? Okay, we'll retrieve it from you. Sir, another question from the jury. When you first saw Todd, do you know if he was laying on his back or stomach? When
He
you
was
found
on his
him?
back.
I'm sorry?
On his back.
Okay. Counsel, any questions in light of that question and answer?
Sir, I think you said you were about the fifth person to arrive? Fifth?
There is
Masali,
Masali,
Matheny,
Matheny,
Calhoun, and Leach before you.
Correct.
And Linda.
That I remember, yes.
Okay. So you're the fifth person. You don't know how long it was from the time Todd Stermer was first found by Mr. Matheny to the time you got there, fair?
I do not know.
So when you got there, he was on his back, fair?
Yes.
And you don't know what had transpired with respect to Matheny, Masali, and Ms. Calhoun before that, right?
Correct.
In terms of whether he was on his back or he was on his face, fair?
Fair. When I arrived, he was on his back.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, jury? No questions? May he be excused from his subpoena, counsel?
I would ask that he be excused, Your Honor.
Do you want him to, are you okay with him being excused from subpoena? Okay, thank you. Okay, sir, you're all done.
Thank you.
I'll take those exhibits. Jury, we'll take our lunch break now. Sir, if you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. And once you're settled in, I'll have you tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
Full name is John Gary Gross. Last name is spelled G as in George, R-U-S-S like in Sam.
Thank you. Ms.
Thank you,
Iver?
Honor. Mr. Gross, what is your current occupation?
A little closer. Thank you.
What is your current occupation?
Retired Deputy Sheriff,
And what did you do prior to retirement?
Deputy Sheriff, Van Buren County.
And how many years?
5 years.
5 years, and what did you do prior to that?
I have a total of 22 years.
Oh,
So you have to put that, you got to sit up like that or move the microphone closer so the jury can hear you.
Is that better?
Just
Sorry.
so how many years total were you with the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department?
22 years.
And on January 7th of 2007, were you acting in your duties as Van Buren County Sheriff?
Yes.
Deputy, sorry. And were you called out to respond to a house fire on County Road 215?
Yes.
And do you recall approximately what time that was?
Can I look at my report?
Would it help refresh your memory to look at
It
your
would.
report? If you could just look at it and then put it down.
Approximately 1,530.
You could just look at the report and set it down and testify from after being refreshed. Okay. Thank you.
33 minutes. 3:30.
About 3:30 in the afternoon?
Correct.
And were you the first one to arrive, or was somebody else already there?
I was the second deputy on scene. Deputy Tony Evans was first.
And at that time, did your car have the ability to take some video as you were going into the scene?
Yes, anytime you activate and you're running on code and you turn your system on, it automatically starts the camera.
And in 2007, were those, what type of storage device did that hold that tape?
It was mounted at the ceiling towards the windshield in front of the car, and it was in a box, a metal box.
Was it VCR? Was it cassette tape? Was it flash drives?
I'm not sure. There was no VCR. It had to be recorded digitally.
Okay. Okay. In 2007?
Yes.
Okay. And I think before you came up today, or before you got on the stand, I showed you some shots, some still shots, some photos. Were those taken from your video camera from your car on your approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, I believe that we have a stipulation to admit People's Exhibit number 2. It is items 1 through 10. So 2-1 all the way through 2-10, they are photos.
We stipulate, Your Honor.
It's 2-1 through 2-10?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll receive those.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm going to have these with you so that you can kind of describe these to the jury as we go through them.
These are shots from my car camera as I approach the residence coming up the driveway, which shows obviously the residence engulfed in fire.
Oh, hang on just a moment. I think they got to get the big screen up for us. Okay, so I'm going to start out with then 1-1. What are we looking at here?
Yes.
And you can see by the bottom corner, if you look for the one with the 1 at the bottom,
Yes.
What is this photo depicting?
I'm sorry?
What is this photo depicting?
It's depicting me coming up the driveway to the house that I was dispatched to. That's obviously on fire.
I'm going to go now to the next one, 2-2. Same, just from a different angle.
Yes, I'm a little closer to the residence, and it shows Tony Evans' car to the right, the deputy's car to the right.
I'm going to advance then to 2-3. Anything different in this photo?
Not much different other than the fire is spreading relatively fast. I mean, you only
Strike one, no foundation, and they talk about how fast the fire is. He's no expert.
I think he's just making observations from the picture, Your Honor.
He can't. These are stills. They're not even a video.
A layperson opinion. I'll allow it as a layperson.
I'm going to go to now 2-4. What are we looking at here?
Again, a closer shot of the house as I approach, with Deputy Evans' car to the right.
2-5. Anything different here?
The only difference here is obviously I'm closer to the residence and the fire is continuing to burn, and Deputy Evans is looking for equipment in the trunk of his vehicle.
Is it fair to say that these photos are a progression as you're actually going down the driveway?
Yes.
I'm going to go then to 2-6.
Again, a closer view of the residence as I'm pretty close to going to the location and stopping.
2-7.
Again, a closer view that shows Deputy Evans is still looking for equipment in the trunk of his vehicle.
2-8.
I'm very close to pulling in next to Deputy Evans' vehicle, and obviously you can still see the fire in the residence.
And I just want to point out the heading at the top of the picture. Is that the date and time?
Correct. January 7th, 2007 at 1533 minutes.
I'm going to go then to the next one. This one would be 2-9.
Yep, this is where I'm fairly close to Deputy Evans' car because it doesn't show in the camera lens, and obviously again shows the residence engulfed in flame.
And then now finally 2-10, which then the time is listed as 3,400 hours. Is that correct? I'm sorry, 1534.
Correct. And this is where I'm pulling off the driveway to park.
So these photos are all within just several minutes.
Correct.
Once you arrived, what action did you take?
Just before I got there, Deputy Evans asked me to get the resuscitator mask for my equipment and bring it up to his location, and then he directed me to go with him to the one side of the house. I believe it was the north side, I'm not sure. And I didn't know why at that point in time.
So did you grab the mask?
I did.
And did you proceed then to the north side of the home?
Correct.
What did you see when you got on the north side of the home?
Saw a person laying on the ground that was obviously injured, obviously burned, and he was at that point breathing on his own, and we tried to assist as much as possibly could before the ambulance and the EMT people got there.
Did you make any decisions about moving him at that point?
Not originally. We started trying resuscitation and CPR. We couldn't find a carotid pulse, but he was still kind of gasping for air. But that had ceased pretty much. So we tried the CPR and the ventilating mask to try to stabilize him as much as we could.
At what point did you decide to move him?
I'm not sure who it was because we were busy with the burned subject. Somebody said that we need to move him farther away from the house because of the fuel tank that was close to the residence, and they were afraid there may be an explosion.
And do you recall how you moved him?
Again, I don't know who brought the particular item, but it appeared to be something similar to a hard plastic sled type container that maybe some person would use, like a child, to go on a sled, or possibly a person could use it to put wood in it to tow across the snow for it was hard plastic. It had probably 3, maybe 4-inch sides on it. It was not long enough or big enough to put his entire body in it.
So did you assist in moving?
I did.
And did you assist in picking him up?
No, we rolled him on his side.
And got him, then were you able to get him into the sled?
We did.
And where did you move him to?
We moved him away from the house. I'm going to guess, as far as I remember, probably 50, 75 yards.
Was that towards the back of the house or the front of the house?
It was towards the back of the house.
You talked about using then the equipment, I believe you said the resuscitator mask. Was there anything else that was used to try to render aid?
We did try to use the AED defibrillator because we couldn't get a pulse. However, the burns were so severe that we weren't able to use the patches to contact his chest because they kept sliding off because of the fluid weeping out of his body.
So when you say it's the defibrillator, is that the machine that has the pads that stick on the chest?
Correct.
And those were the pads that would not then adhere to his body due to the burns?
Correct.
Did you continue to render aid then after you moved him?
We did.
Was he still alive at that time?
Well, we weren't certain. We were doing our best to try to stabilize him as much as we could.
Did you see the defendant, Linda Stermer, there at that time?
Did I see, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Did you see Linda Stermer there?
Yes.
Did you talk to her?
Very little at the onset because we were busy trying to help the burn subject.
When you say the burns were severe, like what was your observation of his injuries?
Well, I don't know how graphic you want me to get, but I can tell you that his ears were pretty much burned off. He had no eyelids. His lips were pretty well burned off. He had no hair on his body. The skin on his fingers and arms were deteriorating and sliding around. That's why we couldn't pull him out of the way. We had to put him in some type of carrier to get him away.
Do you recall how long it was that you continued to try to resuscitate Todd before then emergency and fire got there?
Probably an hour.
So you said you spoke very little to Linda Stermer in the onset. Do you recall what you had said in the beginning at the onset to her?
We had, while we were working on the victim, I asked her if there was anybody else in the house, along with Deputy Evans asking her. We had asked her a couple of times. She said there was nobody else in the house other than a couple cats.
Was there a time after EMS and fire arrived that you were able to then have a longer discussion with Linda?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how much later that was, or?
I don't recall exactly how long between EMS and ambulance personnel got there. It was chilly. It was fairly cold, so we were concerned with her being hypothermic. So we put her in a pickup truck that was there, and I don't know whose pickup truck it was, but it was the closest vehicle in a safety situation. So I put her in there to calm her down and try to keep her warm, and I was sitting in there with her.
So prior to you getting into the vehicle, how would you have described her demeanor at that point?
I'm sorry?
What was her demeanor prior to getting into the vehicle?
Her demeanor?
Yes.
I would say at times kind of hysterical, kind of confused, also kind of quiet at times.
Was she crying?
Whimpering maybe, on and off.
So you said you got into the vehicle with her?
Correct.
And were you able to have a longer conversation with her at that time?
I had asked her if she could tell me what happened, and started the conversation. A lot of the time she was looking at the floorboard of the truck. I had to ask her a couple times. Sometimes she'd answer a couple words, and then other times she'd just be quiet.
Did she say where she was located when she first learned of the fire?
She said she was down in the lower level of the laundry room doing laundry.
Did she say where Todd was?
She had mentioned that Todd was in the upper level in the bedroom. At that point, I think that's all she said.
Did you talk to her about if there was a fireplace in the house?
I did. I asked if there were fireplaces in the residence, and she said there was 2 fireplaces. One was upstairs in the one bedroom in the upper level, and the other one was in the main part of the house. I then asked her if they were gas fireplaces or wood burner fireplaces, and she said there's no gas in the house. They were both wood burning fireplaces.
Did she say what happened when she was downstairs doing laundry?
She said she heard Todd hollering and screaming, so she ran upstairs to the main level of the house that was full of smoke. She then said she couldn't get upstairs because the doorway was blocked with flames and she couldn't get by there. So then she ran outside to tell the neighbor that apparently was there to call 911.
Did she say what door she ran out of?
She said she ran out the front door.
So she said she couldn't get up the steps, but she said she ran out the front door?
She couldn't get, I'm sorry, she couldn't get upstairs to the upper level bedroom area because that was full of flames. So she ran out the front door of the main entrance of the house.
Did she tell you if she saw Todd at all?
She said she didn't know where he came from at that time, but she saw him out in the yard.
Did she say what she did when she saw him out in the yard?
She said she got into her vehicle, her truck, and tried to drive around to get him some help.
Did she say she was able to get him help or where she went?
No, she said when she got in the van to drive around, she didn't know where he went. She couldn't see him anymore. And then when she finally drove around to the other side of the house, then he was out in the yard there.
Did she say what was happening with him at that time or what she saw?
I believe she mentioned that she was concerned, obviously concerned. He was hollering and screaming. She said, I know that he was hurting. And so I got down on top of him to try to keep him from hurting.
She got on top of him to try to keep him from hurting?
Correct.
Where was she when you first arrived in relation to Todd?
As I recall, she was with Todd, and Tony and I were trying to assist as much as we could, and we had to kind of push her away so we could administer what help we were able to do. And a couple of times she would come back and put her hands over his mouth and kind of have her face in front of his face like she was trying to help, I guess. I don't know.
So did she lay on him?
At that point, no. I think she was kneeling next to him.
But she put her hands on his mouth?
Correct.
Was she trying to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, or was it just her hands?
I'm not sure. Tony and I were doing the resuscitation and the CPR, so I'm not sure what her actions were.
Other than you just seeing her put her hands over his mouth?
Correct.
When Linda was talking to you in the car, did she mention if Todd was clothed or on fire at that time when she saw him in the yard?
I believe she said that he was smoking.
Did she say anything about his clothing?
I believe she said that he had already tried to remove his clothing, rip them off, and that he was like smoking. Body was smoking.
Did you say he was what smoking?
His body was smoking.
Okay, thank you.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you say you're retired?
Correct.
How long have you been retired?
2013.
And how long were you with the Van Buren County Sheriff?
22 years.
Okay. Let's go over some of your testimony, if we may. First of all, what did you do with the video of the vehicle?
I did nothing with the video.
You don't know what happened to it?
During that time frame, whenever we drove in after our duty, it would automatically upload into a system, into the office.
Okay. You don't know what happened to the video at all?
I have no idea.
So the fact that it's never been produced to us, you wouldn't know how that happened?
No, sir.
Okay. You showed 10 pictures. You were showing that, right, from your in-car video?
Correct.
10 pictures from 15:33 and 51 seconds, so 3:33, 51. That's the first picture, right?
Correct.
To the last picture, number 10, 15:34 and 00.
Correct.
10 pictures over 9 seconds.
Okay.
Can we agree that if you had you were on scene for how long?
Probably 2 hours, maybe 2.5.
And during that 2 hours, is your in-car video running?
Yes, it was.
So if we had a video covering 2 hours, we'd be able to see the progression of the fire, wouldn't we, from your vehicle?
I would assume you would.
Okay. You're not a firefighter, right?
No, sir.
You're not a fire investigator, right?
No, sir.
Okay. You wouldn't know how to calculate the speed of a fire, right?
No, sir.
All right. When you said it was a fast-moving fire, fast is a relative term, isn't it?
Based on the photo,
Fast versus slow versus a normal fire. Fair?
fair.
All right. So that's your subjective observation or opinion. It was
Correct.
a fast-moving fire compared to other fires you've seen.
I don't know.
All right.
I can't answer that question, sir, because all fires are different. So
That's correct. All fires are different, and you don't know what promotes a faster fire versus a slower fire, correct?
I would think whatever's burning.
You don't know all the factors that are involved, correct?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, including the type of ventilation or the amount of ventilation that happens, right?
Correct.
You do need oxygen. You do know you need a lot of oxygen to feed a fire, right?
Correct.
This time, this person, or this Mr. Russ is not an expert. He's not a fire expert. We didn't admit him as an expert, so he's asking him expert testimony questions.
Nope.
It's beyond the scope of his knowledge.
It darn right is, and he said it's a fast fire.
I'm going to allow it as cross-examination to his comment about it being a
Thank
fast
you.
fire.
And if we had the video, we'd be able to see from the time you got on the scene until the time you left exactly how the fire was progressing. Fair?
Sure.
Now, you've testified that Linda Stermer, when you saw her, she was, as you said, hysterical. Correct?
At times.
Okay. And you've testified to that in past hearings, haven't you?
I'm sorry?
You've testified to that in past hearings, have you not? In this case, you've
Yes.
testified before, right?
No, I'm sorry. I did not testify in the last hearing.
May I approach? I only have one copy, Your Honor. Thanks. And then on the second page, I'm going to ask if you recognize your name.
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you testify in a hearing, sir, on January 6, 2010?
I was not called to that hearing. I have a report.
Are you testifying to our jury that on January 6, 2010, you were not testifying in a court hearing in this case?
I don't recall that at all.
Okay. You would agree with me, your memory would have been a lot better in 2010 than it is now about this fire, right?
Yes, sir.
And certainly, you would agree that your memory was a lot better when you wrote your report right around January 7 of 2010 than it is 18 years later. Fair?
Yes, sir.
You are trained as a police officer to write detailed reports, aren't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, I said, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You've been trained like that since the police academy, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You want to make detailed reports and accurate reports, right?
As much as possible, yes, sir.
Because many years later, you might not remember every detail, fair?
Correct.
Okay. So if we look at your report, and you're trained to include all the important details, am I right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You would have had a better memory of the details of this incident then than you do now, fair?
Fair.
Okay, you have your report in front of you. Yes?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I want you to tell this jury, because you testified earlier that Linda Stermer said her husband was in the bedroom. You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. There's a page on here, page 2, that says interview with Linda Stermer. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want you to tell our jury where in this report that you made that's accurate and detailed and when the memory was fresh, where it says Todd Stermer was in the bedroom.
The detailed report came from the senior officer, which was Tony Evans. Mine is a supplement report. It just is a supplement to what his report was.
We're reading from the same report, right?
I don't know.
That's yours.
What is that? The format's a little different.
Okay. Same wording.
Without really going through it, I would say it's
I've just had a chance to look at your report.
okay.
Tell me where it says that Todd Stermer was in a bedroom.
And she said that she was downstairs doing laundry in the lower level of the house, and that Tom was in the upstairs in the upper level with the fireplace.
In the upper level with the fireplace. And just so we're clear, this is not a colonial house. It's got a lower level basement, right? Walk out.
Okay.
You know that? Or don't know that?
Yes, lower level.
And it has a main floor, first floor, and then it has a second story loft. All right?
Okay.
So when you're saying upper level, what you mean is the first level, the main living room area.
No, this is the upper level.
Okay.
There's two fireplaces, one on the upper level where Todd was, and the other one was in the main level of the house.
All right. You believe that Todd was in the upper level in the loft area then?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, when you were taking this report, she told you she was doing laundry, correct?
Correct.
In the lower level basement.
Correct.
And Todd was in the main level.
No.
What you're saying, the upper level.
She said it was an upper level.
Okay. Do you know if there was a fireplace in the loft?
I have no idea other than what she told me.
She was doing laundry and she heard Todd scream, fair?
Correct.
All right. While she's telling you this is 2 hours, within a couple hours of her husband being dead, right?
Yes.
And her having her house on fire, right?
Correct.
You said she's hysterical, right?
Correct.
She's also, at times, confused, mumbling, shaking, and not making sense. Is that right?
Correct.
So she was, at times, incoherent because of what she'd been going through. Fair?
Fair.
The one main point she told you was where she was when the fire started, when she heard her husband scream. Fair?
Yes.
And that's in the lower level,
Yes.
not on the same level as him. Fair?
Correct.
Now, in this report, you talked about the information that you observed at the scene, fair?
Oh, that's a question?
Yes, fair.
Yes.
Is that
Yes.
fair? Is that right?
Okay, correct.
All right, I'll start trying to ask it a little different then. And you also talked about the object that you put the Mr. Todd Stermer in as you transferred him from near the fuel tank up by the house a little further away, right?
Correct.
Okay. How many serious injury accidents, fires, murders have you been involved in your career?
Numerous.
Probably over 1,000 in a 20-some year career, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you have a great memory of every single one of those?
No, the only memories I have are images that I like to keep locked in my head.
Okay. You have testified in great detail about the object you said was a little sled, molded plastic, 3 to 4 inch size. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That must have been an important detail for you to remember it 18 years later in the context of the whole thing with Todd Stermer.
I don't know how to answer that.
Was that an important detail for you that it had 3 to 4 inch size and it was made of molded plastic?
It would just depict what type of carrier we moved him in, that's all.
Okay. Like you say, you had a lot better memory in 2007, right? January 2007 of this incident.
Correct.
When it was fresh in your mind. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us where in the report it describes this object as anything more than a little carrier.
That's all that's on here.
Okay. Before you came to trial, you prepared with the prosecutor?
Before I came to trial, I got my report to refresh my memory. It was 18 years ago.
Did you speak with the prosecutor?
Briefly.
To prepare for your testimony today?
Somewhat.
Okay. And you've done that before, right, when you go to trial?
Yes.
It's not your first trial.
No.
You prepare with the prosecutor so the prosecutor knows what you're going to say and you can talk about what the testimony is going to be. Fair?
To some extent.
That's what you do.
I'm sorry?
That's what you do to prepare for a trial. You're an important witness. You're an eyewitness here.
Okay.
So you prepared with the prosecutor to go over your testimony and how it was going to flow, right?
Objection,
Yes.
Your Honor. Asked and answered. I think he's asked it 3 times.
No? Thank you. Your observations regarding Linda Stermer on the scene, it must have been pretty significant for you to suggest Linda Stermer had her hand over her husband's mouth when she was there, right?
Yes.
Okay. tell us where the significant detail is, sir, in your report of January 7, 2007.
It's not.
If it was significant, it would have been in your report, wouldn't it?
The significance of it is that we were trying to assist the victim, and she was in the way. We had to have her move out of the way.
Have you heard, you know how important writing detailed reports is, right?
Yes, sir.
Like we said, you've been trained since the academy on how to do it, right?
Yes.
Have you heard, and do police officers have a saying, if it's not written down, it didn't happen?
Yes.
All right. And you believe in that, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's not written, certainly not written down in this report, is it?
No.
It was cold, you said, right?
Correct.
If, you know who Steve Leach is, right?
I'm sorry?
Steve Leach, you know who he is?
I know who he is.
He's the Lawrence Township Fire Department chief?
Correct.
Or was? And he's going to be a witness here. If he had in his report that it was 32 degrees, you have any reason to quarrel with him?
No?
Okay. 32 degrees is the freezing mark, right? You know that.
Correct.
Right. So Linda Stermer was outside. Do you recall the clothes she was wearing?
I don't know the exact amount of clothes that she had on. I can tell you that there was no winter coats or any heavy type clothing that I remember.
Fair to say that from what you remember, she was not dressed for the weather.
I would say so.
And you also remember that she didn't even have shoes on. She was outside in her stocking feet.
Okay, I don't recall that.
You recall 3 to 4 inch size of plastic molded, but you don't recall any details about what she was wearing. Is that what you're telling our jury?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ivory.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what I have as your police report. And I believe you were able to read the first few sentences that Mr. Wolf asked you to read, but he didn't ask you to read the third sentence, and I think he stopped you, where it actually does talk about the bedroom area. Could you read that to the jury? After your comment, I think you read the first 2 statements.
I asked her if there was a fireplace in the upper level in the bedroom area. She said yes. There were 2 fireplaces. One was in the upper level where Todd was, and the other was in the main living floor of the house. I asked if they were gas fireplaces or wood fireplaces. She said that there is no gas in the house, that they were both fireplaces.
So you did actually put in your report that it was the bedroom area.
Yes, I did.
You just were not allowed to read that following statement. Is that
That's
correct?
correct.
And could it be that you remember the details of the sled? Because that's associated with your mind in moving Todd?
I'm sorry.
Could it be that you remember the sled because you associate it with moving Todd?
Yes.
So as you're trying to lift up a man whose skin is falling off his body, you recalled that vividly?
That's the reason we used the skid, sled, boat, whatever you want to call it, some instrument that we put him in, and we had to roll him on his side because we could not pick him up.
And perhaps the details of that sled would remain in your mind as you're lifting him up and trying to put him over the ledge of the sled. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you made the comment about how he didn't fit.
Correct.
Did that stick out in your mind?
Well, to clarify as best I can, I'm calling it like a plastic carrier with sides. It was not like a toboggan. It wasn't a backboard. It was something that you could slide across the ground for whatever purpose. I can tell you it was not as long as his body.
And you remember that because you were trying to put his body in it.
Correct.
Did you ever go into the house?
No.
Did you ever even know what level pertained to the house or where the bedrooms were located or anything about the house?
No.
You were only recording her statements as she was telling them to you, is that correct?
Correct.
And I believe when Attorney Wolf was asking you if you remembered attending a hearing, you said no. Let me word it a different way. Do you remember attending the trial in 2010 and testifying at that trial? So do you remember when I asked you that question, do you remember testifying?
Ask the question again.
Do you remember testifying in 2010 at a trial instead of a hearing?
I do not.
You don't remember? You just have no memory of that trial?
I do not.
Okay. No, and that's fair. So it's sitting here today, 18 years later, it's not something that you remember in your mind?
Sorry. Yeah.
No. And again, how many times have you investigated fires, murders, crimes in your 20-year career? You said over 1,000?
I don't have an exact count, but I can tell you there's a lot.
And how many times have you actually attended hearings and different types of court proceedings for all of those that you've investigated?
Numerous.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just a few. When you spoke to Ms. Stermer, where were you at?
Sitting in a pickup truck.
You don't know whose truck?
I have no idea.
Now, but you were trying to keep her warm, obviously, right?
Correct.
Because you were trying to avoid hypothermia, given the conditions of the weather, right?
Correct.
And the fact that she was completely underdressed for that day.
Correct.
You just said you've never been to inside the house, right?
I'm sorry?
You've never been inside the Stermer house. You've never seen any floor plans of the Stermer house.
No.
So if I told you there is a fireplace on the main floor, the first floor, any reason to disagree with me?
No.
If I told you the only other fireplace is in the basement, any reason to disagree with me?
Sir, can we have you move the microphone? I guess we're not picking up. Thank you.
I couldn't agree with you or disagree with you. I have no knowledge of the floor plan of that house. I've never been in it. All I can tell you is what Linda told me. There were two fireplaces, one in the upper level where Todd was and one in the main level.
Okay. But she did not tell you Todd was in the bedroom, isn't that true?
Yes, she said Todd was in the upper level with the fireplace.
Where the fireplace was. You've seen bedrooms on the first floor of houses, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if I told you the fireplace was in the living room and that...
I'm going to object at this point. He's already said he has no knowledge of the interior of the home. He's only recorded Linda's statements. He has no knowledge.
He insists that it's in the upper level in the bedroom.
I'll direct that you move on at this point. We've covered that topic.
Thank you. And despite testifying in a murder trial, you have no idea, you don't, even when I showed you the transcript, you don't even remember it.
No.
But after talking to the prosecutor, you do remember 3 to 4 inch side rails on some type of sled device, fair?
That's an estimate on my part.
But you recall that. Do you recall the color?
I'm sorry?
You recall the color of it?
I don't understand.
That device you're talking about, that sled-like device, do you recall the color of it?
Dark.
I don't have anything more for him. Thanks.
Anything else, Ms. Siderby?
We have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Jury, do you have any questions of this witness? Anyone? No questions? May he be excused from his subpoena obligations?
I would ask that he be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, counsel?
No.
Okay, thank you, sir. You are excused. Please have a seat, and once you're comfortable, I'll have you first off move that microphone. It's easier to move the microphone than the chair, but make sure you keep that close to your mouth so the jury can hear your testimony. And if you could tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
It's Richard Musali, and that's spelled Moussally.
Thank you. Ms. Idemine?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Musali, on January 7th of 2007, where did you live? Like what area?
I lived at 65140 County Road 215.
And you said it's immediately adjacent to their property?
Yes,
Okay.
but quite a distance.
Quite a distance. Do you have acreage?
Yeah.
Okay. And on January 7th, did you become aware of either some sort of a fire or smoke at the Stermer residence?
Yes.
How did you first, how were you first alerted to that?
My sons and I were doing chores that afternoon, and we heard a strange noise we couldn't quite identify, and we saw smoke coming from the direction of their home.
When you say you heard a strange noise, like what type of noise?
We really weren't sure. My son and I talked about it. We said, "What is that?" We just weren't sure what it was. We wondered if it could be horses. We really didn't know what the noise could possibly be. So.
And then you said you were able to then see their property?
No, we were not able to see their property. We were able to see smoke coming from about where the house would be. There was almost a third of a mile between our houses, I would guess, and woodlands, so we were not able to see each other's homes.
What did you do once you saw that smoke coming out?
We decided that we should go over and see what was going on, and so we got in the truck and drove over.
And did you drive out onto the street?
Yes. Drove down the driveway and then out onto County Road 215 and headed in the direction of their home.
And then did you drive down their driveway?
Yes.
Did you have any difficulties driving down that driveway?
No.
And what did you see when you arrived?
The first emergency vehicle had arrived and was there, I guess, marking the driveway for vehicles that were to come. And as we pulled into the driveway, we could see that there were flames coming from the house.
Did you see any people?
Not until we drove back further.
So did you and your son then continue to the house?
Yes, I parked the car in the pasture land there, told my younger son to stay in the truck and my 16-year-old son to come with me as we went over to where we saw some people.
Do you remember who you saw?
Yes. I saw Mike Matheny and Connie Calhoun and Linda Stermer standing there, and then there was one person on the ground.
Did you know who was on the ground?
Not at first. I wasn't sure if it was Todd or possibly his son Trevor.
What was the condition of the person you saw on the ground?
He was unconscious, laying on his back, and he had obviously been burned. He had all hair was gone, which made it more difficult to tell his age. His skin, it wasn't blackened as you might have imagined, but burned, and so weeping serous fluid, perhaps a little swollen and puffy, and then also making it a little harder to determine his age, based on facial appearance, no wrinkles. So that was the general appearance.
Did you see anything to help you identify who it actually was?
Yeah, it occurred to me to look at his left hand, and I saw his wedding band, and then I realized it was Todd for sure.
Was anyone attempting to administer aid at that time?
No, not yet. Actually, I did ask if anyone had called 911, and I think it was Mike Matheny that said that 911 had been called.
So when you arrived, was everybody just kind of around Todd?
Yes, they were standing beside him.
Was he conscious at that time?
No.
Did you hear him say anything?
No. No, he was not responsive.
And at that point, what did you do, or how did you assist?
Well, I just started going through initial assessment, determined that he was not responsive, checked if 911 had been called, and then tried to, I could see that he was breathing somewhat irregularly. I tried to feel for a pulse and spent a little time feeling for a pulse, couldn't really get a very distinct pulse at all. And then determined that we were just not in a safe situation.
And why was it not safe?
We were about 20 yards from the building itself, and between us and the building was their home, I think it was their home heating oil tank, some type of fuel tank, a green tank. It was about 5 yards from the building and about 15 yards from us. We were just right next to it.
And so what did you do based on that
So
observation?
I felt we needed to move him. I just couldn't imagine dragging a burn victim across the horse pasture. And I said, you know, we've got to find something flat to transport him on. And so Mike and my 16-year-old son, Luke, ran off and found something we could put him on and transport him on.
Do you remember what they found?
It looked like a kind of a mini plastic John boat.
John boat. So for those of us who
A
don't
John boat is kind of like a flat bottom boat, not a V-hulled boat, and it was like about half the length of a normal John boat. So it's probably about 8 feet long, or 6 or 7 feet long, maybe.
So when you say a John boat, I'm picturing an actual boat in my mind.
Yeah, a boat, a little boat.
And it was made out of what?
I think it was plastic. It was green, and I think it was plastic.
Did it have edges on it?
It had like a rim, and we were I remember we were able to hold that rim. It had seats in it, so we weren't really able to, like a bench seat or maybe 2 bench seats front and back. And then, so we couldn't really lay him flat, but we were able to at least put him in it and not have to carry him and drag him across, you know, a soiled field.
What was Linda doing at this time?
She was wailing, and that was actually, we realized that was a noise we had heard from our home, wailing and crying, varying degrees of upset as minute by minute went by.
Did you ever see her on top of Todd or by his facial area?
No.
Do you recall how long you were on scene?
I don't really know. I would say I think we worked with him for 20 to 30 minutes total. I would guess that would be my guess. And then a few minutes, and we gathered my family, and then we left. So.
Do you see Linda Stermer in the courtroom today?
I don't recognize you. I don't know. Maybe that's you right there, Linda. Yeah, I guess that's you, Linda. Yes, I do.
And could you just point to her or describe her by something she's wearing?
Kind of gray hair, pink blouse, headband.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant. I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Defense?
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Morning.
Excuse me, Doctor, I understand you are a dentist, right?
Correct.
Right. Prior to being a dentist, though, you and I have spoken once on the phone, I think, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, and you were an EMT.
I was an RN. I worked mostly in critical care for 5 years before being a dentist.
So you know a lot about treating people, patients.
Some, yes.
All right. When you first were outside and you noticed smoke first or heard a wailing first? Strange sound.
We heard the sound first.
Okay. It wasn't just a faint sound, right? You could actually notice and look around. What the heck is that?
We could hear the sound clearly.
And you live a third of a mile away.
Approximately, I'd say a third to a fourth of a mile in a straight line.
To the north of Todd's and Linda Stermer?
Yeah, they would be to the southeast. I would be to the northwest.
Okay. So you go over to the house, and ultimately you realize that the strange sound you heard was Linda screaming and wailing hysterically. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you also notice what she was wearing?
I don't recall at all what she was wearing.
Do you remember that she wasn't wearing any shoes?
No.
You got to what you ultimately learned was Todd Stermer, right?
Correct.
Did you start to try to do care, given you had a nursing background, a medical background?
I'm sorry, did I try to
do care for him, to treat him?
Yes. I was evaluating him and preparing to do CPR, but we felt we had to move him first.
Okay. I'm going to talk about when you moved him, but Your Honor, I'm going to grab this easel. If I heard you right, you and your son Luke,
yes,
and Mr. Matheny are the ones who found this 6 to 8 foot, did you call it a John boat?
No, just my son and Mike.
Okay, Mike. They found it, they brought it over to you, right?
Yes.
And just here's the house. This is to the north, right? If this is the front of the house.
Yes.
You're to the north. You live out here, right? To the north.
Roughly.
Okay. Todd Stermer is somewhere, and here is a fuel tank. Remember a green fuel tank?
Yes.
Todd Stermer is somewhere closer to the fuel tank.
About 15 yards from the fuel tank.
If I can't see anything you're doing.
Just going to put, not to scale, obviously.
I can't see anything he's doing.
Council can move around.
Do you want to,
I don't know how
can you
Good.
see it now?
Yeah, maybe he stands to the side a little bit.
I'll hold it up for you, Doctor.
Or
I can
side
see.
would be if you want to come up to a spot where you can see it better.
So, you decide, the three of you or more, decide we need to move him because there's a risk of fire from this fuel tank, right?
Correct.
And the house is on fire, as you see, right?
Yes.
When you came up, mostly from the upper floor.
Yes, that's what I saw coming out of the upper level.
Do you remember what side it was on? If the north is where you are, south?
I just remember seeing flames coming from the upper level, through the roof, or around the dormers maybe, but just the upper level.
Okay. Then you take this 6 to 8 foot long, that's what it's a John boat?
Yes.
I'll just call it a boat. And you put Todd Stermer in the boat.
Correct.
So where you found him is position 1, right?
No, we brought the boat right up to him and then lifted him.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
we didn't have to move him any distance at all. They brought the boat brought the boat right up to him.
I got it. I'm just saying, position 1 is where you found him. You brought the boat to him.
Yep.
And then you moved him to a position somewhere about how far away?
I would guess it was maybe 50 to 75 yards towards the road, away from the house. So that would be 50 to 75 yards to the northeast. We moved.
Okay. Right? So this way.
Yeah.
Right. Not the scale, but 50 to 75 yards. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you take him out of the boat, right?
Correct.
And this is where, at position 2, you start performing medical treatment for him
Yes.
as best you can.
Yes.
You said I think you tried to do CPR, but his airway was closed off?
Yes. Compressions were being done with Officer Gruss, and I was attempting to perform respirations.
Respiration is breathe through the mouth, open mouth?
Right.
Mouth to mouth?
EMTs arrived, and I believe they had an amber bag for me.
Okay. When you were there, are you on your knees right over him?
Yes.
You're very close to his body, right?
Yes.
You never smelled a strong odor of gasoline, did you?
I don't recall smelling gasoline.
Given that this was a house fire and you're a trained RN, if you had smelled a strong odor of gasoline, you would have remembered that, right?
Most likely.
Okay. I don't want to butcher it. M-O-U-S-A-L-L-I?
2 S's.
2 S's, my fault. Sorry, sir.
No problem.
But you didn't smell an odor of gasoline. You did end up smelling, though, an odor of bowels, right?
Correct.
And that was a strong odor.
I wouldn't say strong, but I thought I could smell it all.
What does a bowel smell to somebody in your position as a trained RN? What does that indicate in terms of death?
I was concerned that perhaps he had already passed.
What happens that would cause someone to emit a bowel smell?
Just a relaxation of muscle that would then allow some bowel to pass.
You never had a conversation with Linda while you were at the scene, would that be fair?
She asked me a couple times if I thought he was alive. That was the only conversation we had.
And during the whole time where you were with Todd, she was trying to, she was just out of control, fair?
She was crying the whole time, I would say.
Wailing loudly, which is why you compared it and said, yeah, that's the sound we heard.
I seem to remember that at the initial encounter when I first got there, and then just perhaps just crying as time went on.
How long were you there on the scene, you think?
At least half an hour.
Can you give me 1 second, Your Honor? Were you ever interviewed by any insurance company representatives, investigators?
Yes. I'm not sure exactly what his position was, but I thought he was some kind of an investigator.
Does a guy named James Shinsky, ring a bell to you?
Vaguely.
Yeah. Do you recall telling Mr. Shinsky that you smelled no odor?
Not distinctly, really.
Okay. If you would have told him you smelled no odor, like of gasoline or any accelerant, back a couple days after the fire, that would have been a better memory than now.
Probably.
But even now, you know if it was significant, if you smelled a significant smell of gasoline, you would have remembered it.
Yes.
All right. And you don't know what caused the fire, do you?
Not really.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Seiderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, is it safe to say there was a lot of chaos going on at this moment?
Probably more than I was aware of. I was pretty focused on Todd.
And that was going to be my next questions. Your focus was on Todd.
It was.
And you are by his chest and his head area,
Correct.
correct? And were you ever down by his feet or his ankles?
No.
So you remained up here to be able to work on his mouth, his breathing, and his heart.
Yes.
Is that correct? And you said you felt maybe there was a slight smell of bowel.
Yes.
Does flesh also have a smell when it burns?
It probably would have. His skin was not blackened. There were portions of his ears missing, but I don't really ever remember smelling anything like burning flesh.
How about burning hair?
Don't remember smelling that either, but his hair was all gone.
And you were also on the ground. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
So you have grass and dirt as well, right?
Yeah, we were in a horse pasture.
And you're also then very close to the home at this point?
Initially.
And can you smell the fire and the smoke?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just a couple questions. You said you noticed the skin was not blackened.
Correct.
Like as if you had direct flame burn, right?
I wouldn't say direct would be the right word, but
Your Honor, I would object. He doesn't have he wasn't the doctor that actually performed it. I think he's just outside of his scope of knowledge.
He's a former RN, and he said the skin was not black, and I'm just trying to explore what does he mean.
I'm not so sure he
Thank
understands
you.
the temperature skin burns at, Your Honor, and when it becomes black.
Thank you. Let me just ask, from your experience as an RN and treating patients, have you experienced burn injuries?
yes.
All right. So you've seen people burn badly, not just Todd Stermer,
Yes.
and you've seen them where it's been blackened skin, right?
Yes. Yes.
I don't want to be gross here, but like a hot dog that's been burned too long, you've seen skin like that from fires.
Yes.
This was more a thermal. You know anything about convective heat and radiant heat?
Yes.
All right. This is more those type of burns, wasn't it? What you saw.
I don't know if I can apply those terms. I would just say my description of the skin would be that it was oozing serous fluid, slightly puffy, but not blackened.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Ms. Seiderman?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any questions of this witness? Anyone? No questions? May he be excused from his subpoena, counsel?
I would ask that you please be excused from the subpoena, Your Honor.
Any objection, defense?
By all means, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You're all done. And tell us your full name and spell your last, please.
Annette Crandall, Crandall.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Ms. Seiderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Crandall, on October 31st of 2023, were you contacted by law enforcement regarding the investigation with Todd and Linda Stermer?
Sounds like about the right time frame.
And do you remember January 7th of 2007?
Somewhat. It was a long time ago.
Did you go to the scene of the fire?
I did.
And how early did you arrive at the scene?
Some of the fire trucks were there, some were still arriving.
So you were pretty close in time to the start of the fire trucks arriving.
Yes.
What did you do when you arrived on scene?
I parked across the street to stay out of the way.
And then what did you do?
watched. I did call my cousins because they were also friends and told them what was happening, and waited until one of the firefighters' wives showed up with cases of water, and I helped carry them to the scene.
So you were carrying like drinking water?
Cases of drinking water.
And who are your cousins that you called?
Kim and Ken Thompson.
And who helped? Then you were helping. Then who dragged the water up?
I don't know who brought the water. I just know it was one of the firefighters' wives.
Did Kim and Ken Thompson, your cousins, come to the scene?
They did.
And at that, how long did it take before they arrived on scene?
I have no idea.
Was it a short amount of time after you arrived?
I couldn't tell you.
Did you see Linda Stermer at the scene?
I did. She was sitting in a pickup truck with a deputy, and I asked the deputy if I could sit with her. And he got out of the truck and I sat with her for a while.
So then you were there keeping her company?
Yes.
And can you describe her demeanor at that time?
She was pretty much in shock. We talked small talk. She wasn't real talkative.
But she was able to have a conversation with you? Answer your questions?
I didn't ask many.
And at some point, did you call your mother, Gail?
Yes, I did.
Why did you call Gail?
Because Linda's clothes were wet and messy, and she needed dry clothes, and my mom's about the same size, so I called her and asked her to bring Linda some clothes.
Did you ask her to bring anything else?
I think I said shoes, but I can't tell you that for sure.
Did you see if Linda had shoes on?
She did not.
Was she in her bare feet?
Socks.
And at some point, did your mom arrive with the shoes and clothing?
She did.
And did you give them to Linda?
I don't remember. Yes, I don't remember the exact order of things.
Were you with her when she changed?
No.
Did you see her after she changed?
I don't think so.
Okay. So after you brought her the clothes, do you remember what you did?
Mom brought her the clothes, and then Mom sat with her. I can't tell you where, and I think I left.
You left? So how long do you think you were there?
A couple hours.
A couple hours. And when you left, where was Linda at the time you left?
I think she was in the ambulance.
Did you ever say anything to Linda about why there was blood on the van?
I didn't say, I had no way of knowing that. I didn't say anything to Linda about that.
Did you have any conversations after that day about the blood on the van?
No, she made a comment about the van that she had tried to pick Todd up and leaned him against the van to open the door.
So she was the one telling you that?
Yes, I didn't ask her anything. She told me that.
Because you didn't know about the van, you didn't know about blood, you didn't know
no,
about any of that?
I had not been behind the house. I knew none of that.
So she told you she picked Todd up and leaned him against the van?
Yes.
And that's why there was blood on the
Yes.
van? Did she make any other comments about Todd?
No.
Do you see Linda Stermer in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And could you just point to her and describe her by something she's wearing?
Black jacket, peach shirt.
Person that was there on January the 7th of 2007 that met with Ms. Crandall.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So, recognize.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am. The defense counsel may.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Crandall.
Good afternoon.
How long have you known the Stermer family?
I've known Linda for a long time. I can't tell you when I met her. I didn't know the whole family. I knew Linda.
Okay. Okay. And from your house to their property, was it within walking distance?
Oh no, 2 or 3 miles.
2 or 3 miles. What was it that gave you indication that there was some disaster that had occurred at her house?
The fire department went by my house, and I had a nudge that said, "Go to the fire." I don't know. That was all that. So I went.
Okay. Do you know?
I didn't know where it was.
Oh, so you didn't know where it was.
No idea.
So after the fire department came by your property, did you just decide to get in your car and drive through the? It would be the neighborhood or the area.
The area.
The area. Okay. And to your surprise, you come upon the property that is a friend of yours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you arrived, did you see any other first responders other than the one fire truck?
There were several fire trucks there. There were still fire trucks arriving.
Okay. Okay. Did anyone prevent you from coming up on the property?
No.
Okay. Did you have to speak with any law enforcement officer to identify who you were
No.
for being there?
No.
Okay. Okay. So when you first arrived, where did you see Miss Stermer?
I didn't.
You didn't see her?
I was on the other side of this road. It was not close to the house, and I stayed out of the way.
Okay. So you parked your vehicle on the side of the road, and then walked up to the property?
Yes.
About how far a distance was that?
100 yards.
Okay. Okay. Had you been to the property before?
No.
Never?
Never.
Okay. But you knew that's where Linda Stermer stayed?
I did.
You just had never been inside the house?
Correct.
Okay. Were you living there when they started building the house?
I don't
In the
know.
area?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay. Well, now you're on the property. You see that you can clearly see that the house is burned. Is that right?
Correct.
Fire department is still trying to suppress the fire. Is that correct? And how do you find out where Linda is? Does somebody tell you that she's?
No, I saw her sitting in the pickup truck.
You saw her sitting in the pickup truck. Okay. Okay. When you first approached the truck, can you explain what her look was, her demeanor?
I didn't approach the truck on her side. I approached the side the deputy was sitting on. And so I didn't see Linda clearly until I got in the truck.
Okay. So was it a truck that had a back seat?
No.
Okay. So you got in the front seat with Linda?
Yes.
Okay. And you could immediately tell then that she was in shock?
Acted that way, yes.
Okay. And that you stated that her clothes were disarrayed, that they were wet?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Was it anything else distinguishable about her clothes that you could tell us today?
I'm not an expert, but it appeared to be they had blood, mud, something on them. I didn't look real closely.
Okay. Okay. From that point, that time of day, on that date, what would you say the weather conditions were?
It was sloppy, snowy, muddy. It was, I don't remember if it was snowing. It might have started raining or snowing. I don't remember that. I remember the ground was wet and snowy and muddy.
And muddy? Okay. And was driving kind of compromised because of the...
I didn't try to drive on it, but I would think so.
Okay. Was the road that you drove on?
No, it's paved.
Oh, the road was your road. Was the property her, Ms. Stermer's property, was there any concrete pavement on their property?
Not that I saw.
Okay. And so after you got in the truck and you were, I would say, consoling Ms. Stermer, is that right?
Yes.
And you said you called your mother to see if she could bring some clothes to Ms. Stermer?
After a while, yes.
Okay. And did your mother in turn do?
Yes, she did.
Did she come to the location, or did you have to go get the clothes?
No, she came to the location.
Okay. Now, did your mother stay a while you were there?
Yes, she stayed a while. I don't remember how long.
Okay. And your mother's name is?
Gail.
Miss Gail Crandall?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Now, when your mother arrives with the clothes, how does Miss Stermer change clothes?
In an ambulance.
In the ambulance?
Yes.
Do you know what items was brought to her?
I do not.
Okay. Did you go to the ambulance with her?
No, I did not.
Do you know how she was escorted to the ambulance?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you stay there until she changed clothes, though?
I don't know that I did.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. But based on some information, you knew that she was able to change clothes in the ambulance?
That was my understanding.
Okay. Okay. Have you ever observed anyone that has been in a traumatic situation like a house fire?
No, not like this.
Not like that?
No.
Okay. Did you happen to see Mr. Stermer just by coming up on the property when you arrived?
No.
You did? Okay. Have you had to give any interviews to any insurance investigators or any other law enforcement agencies?
Just a deputy. I was interviewed by a deputy.
That night?
No. This was 18 months ago-ish.
Oh, in preparation of
Yes.
the trial? Okay. Okay. Can I have just a second? I think I'll be finished, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Crandall. I have no further questions. I'm sorry.
I just have one brief one. So you left before you actually talked to any deputies or anything on scene that night?
Correct.
I have no further questions. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Jury, do you have questions of her? I've got at least one hand going up. Did you write it down already? Okay, thank you. Counsel. Lawyers, how much snow was on the ground at the time at the event at the Stermer house? Obviously, you would only know from when you got there, but
It wasn't a lot. I would say 3 to 4 inches. Enough to be sloppy.
okay, thank you. Counsel, any other questions in light of that question and answer?
Can I have back the first exhibit? I'm going to show you what we've already admitted is People's Exhibit number 1. Can you just kind of flip through those and just take a look at the ground? So when you first arrived, It was after the fire trucks came. Did the weather change from the time you arrived till the time you were there?
I don't know that the weather changed, but there was a lot of traffic, and there wasn't enough snow that it couldn't have been affected by the traffic and the heat.
I'm sorry, there wasn't enough snow that
There,
would have-
it wasn't a huge amount of snow. It was enough to be sloppy and messy, was what I remember.
Okay, and you remembered, I think you said something about rain too, is that
Yes.
right? So when you're looking at those pictures, does that seem to refresh your memory or out of the ordinary for what would have been that night, the weather that night?
That could have been.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Kelly?
Ms. Crandall, may I approach you? Sure. Would it be fair to say that that's based upon your observation when you arrived at the location? Approximately what time was it you think you arrived?
I have no idea.
Was it dark?
I don't believe so.
It wasn't dark?
It was close.
Okay. But those pictures look as if it's in the dark though, right?
Correct.
Right. And it wasn't dark when you arrived there?
It was close, but no, it was not dark.
Right. Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything else, Ms. Siderman? Jury, any other questions of her? No questions. May she be excused from her subpoena?
I would ask that she please be excused from subpoena.
Any objection, counsel?
No objections, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. You're done, and you're excused from your subpoena obligation. And you can move the microphone right up to your mouth so that
Okay.
you can hear you. Oh, good. And if you could tell us your full name and spell your last, please.
Stephen George Leach, Leach.
Thank you, Ms. Siderman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Leach, what is your current occupation?
My current occupation, I am area manager for Wholesome Lafarge.
And how long have you been doing that?
3 years.
And then what did you do prior?
Well, I've always kind of had a side. Most of my life has been in the gravel construction industry.
Okay. What was your profession in January 7th of 2007?
I was the fire chief.
And the fire chief of where?
Fire chief of Lawrence Township Emergency Service.
How long were you the fire chief?
I was the fire chief in 2005, 2006, 2007, 2009, 10, and 11.
And then in between, were you also then still a firefighter?
Yes.
So when you were not the chief, you were still a firefighter?
Yeah, I got on the department in 1995, got off for a few years in 2018, and recently got back on that department.
So on January 7th of 2007, were you called to the residence on County Road 215?
Yes.
And was that in your official duty as then fire chief?
Yes.
And what did you do then when you received that call?
I responded. I actually live on 54th Street, which that section through town that isn't 215. So essentially I live on that same street, about 4 miles away.
So once you got that call, how long did it take you to get to the home?
It didn't seem like that long. I mean, I had just walked in the house when the pager went off, put my shoes back on, got in the truck, drove direct to it. So probably, maybe 5 minutes to get there.
And I just want to be clear, you came from your own residence.
I came from my residence,
just
yes.
minutes away.
Yeah.
And when you arrived, tell me what you did.
When I first pulled in the driveway, when I got to turned up the drive, I noticed I'd already noticed you could see the flame from pretty much the smoke and heavy smoke from my house. But as soon as I pulled into the drive, I noticed Mike Matheny standing at the edge of the house, waving towards me to come to where he was standing. And when I pulled up there, it was Mike and two people laying on the ground, which turned out to be Todd and Linda on top of him.
And when you say she was on top of him, what do you mean on top of him?
So, like, say he was laying on his back, and she was literally on top.
Crosswise?
Crosswise, hysterical, but,
Was she by his head and chest area, or where was she on his body?
Head and chest area.
And based on just your observations as somebody who's worked in fire and your experience, was this something that was peculiar to you? Not her laying on him, the fire itself. I apologize.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Was the fire itself peculiar to you in any way as your experience as a fire chief?
It wouldn't have been.
Foundation. There's no foundation that you would
No,
know.
I'm not asking actually, just his layperson observations of the fire.
Wasn't what I was.
He's the fire chief, not a fire investigation expert. Granted, he's seen fires, but to call something peculiar is an opinion that a professional, not even a professional, would make.
Council, can you approach, please?
Yep. So when you went down the driveway, did you have any trouble getting down the driveway at all?
The actual part of the driveway, no.
And where did you park your vehicle?
So it went up, like I said, when I was coming up the drive, up the little bit of an incline, that's when I noticed Mike and what turned out to be Linda and Todd laying on the ground there. Would have been probably maybe a little further from you, maybe 1.5 times from me to you away from the structure.
And so did you park your car then at
Jumped
that point?
out, yeah,
Jumped
parked
out?
right beside them and jumped out.
And were you on their driveway or just did you pull into the yard?
Side yard.
Side yard. And at that point, was anybody trying to administer aid to Todd?
No, Linda was on top of him. I was the first one I tried to get, I got her off so I could assess what I was looking at. And then she got back on and please get off. I need to do my job. I need to assess what's going on here.
So you started and then she jumped in.
Jumped back on top of him.
And she still was on top of him at that point?
Yeah.
And then what did you do to get him off?
Got her. Linda, please, I didn't know her by name, but ma'am, please get off. I need to be able to do my job.
So once you arrive there and you see these other folks and you get Linda off of Todd, what do you do?
I started looking him over and trying to assess what was going on. He was badly burnt, but he also was bleeding a little bit, which in my brain I was pulling up, and thinking, okay, fire, but it wasn't. It kind of threw me back for a second to notice the blood. He had some blood in his mouth and things. It was also burnt, but it was, there was blood on him as well. And that it just kind of threw me back for a second to try to figure out what was going on here.
And trying to figure out what type of aid to administer?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what did you do then after you were able to then view this blood and start to assess him?
It wouldn't have been long after that when somebody else came up along with us. When I opened his mouth and checked the airway, then I got back into my truck and grabbed my jump bag to where my oxygen and my masks and things like that would have been.
And then you were able to grab all that equipment out?
Yeah.
Where was Todd located at this time?
At that point, he was still right near the house, but it was getting very hot. And so then I don't remember in time lapse, I was trying to make sure that we were still safe in an area, the incoming trucks. But then I remember moving or helping move Todd further away from the house.
So you were part of that, of moving him?
Yeah.
And do you know what you did, like what you moved him on, or?
It seemed like it was like a kid's sled or something like that somebody had found in the yard. You don't even know who. At that point, you're, not paying attention to that kind of stuff. But we got him on that, and it seemed like there were about 3 or 4 of us drug him further away from the structure to a safe area.
Was he alive before you put him on the sled?
Yeah. I mean, it was kind of an agonal breathe, but he was breathing.
When you say agonal, what does that mean?
Not a good breath. It was more of a pained breath, it was just something that they taught you in EMT school, but it was the first time I'd ever witnessed. And then at that point you were like, oh, that is exactly what they meant when they talked about agonal breathing.
So this is the first time you'd ever seen that labored breath?
Yeah.
And did you check him to see if he had a pulse before you moved him?
Yes.
Did he have a pulse?
Yes.
And then you moved him, and then was there additional aid that was then rendered on him?
Yeah.
What type of aid then was being done on him?
I didn't do so much of it, but by then, because enough people had come in, but they were starting to do CPR. I had the AED that I had one in my truck. They tried to hook that up, and
what's that? What
an
type?
automatic defibrillator.
And that's to check the heart?
To shock the heart. Trying to put the pads on, and it was so the body between the pads wouldn't stick.
Was that because of the injuries?
Injection foundation, hands fall, awful to speculate.
He's trying to adhere pads to his chest and saying they didn't stick, so I'm just asking why.
I guess I'll allow you to ask him if he knows why.
Okay. Do you know why the pads didn't stick?
There was a lot of odor of things, but and the body was burnt badly, so I don't know what.
You said there was a lot of odor of things?
Fuel.
You could actually smell fuel?
It was kind of.
So you smell a smell of fuel?
An odor.
And where did you smell that?
On or about the body in that area.
Did you know where it was coming from at that time?
No.
But you smelled that when you were rendering aid?
Yeah.
Did Todd ever say anything to you?
No.
Did you continue to render the aid until the EMTs got there?
Yeah. That's when, like I said, once we moved him away, and that's when the incoming people were starting to, and so then I went to go be the fire, or, not that one was more important, but direct the fire aid, or to put the fire out.
So that's when you jumped into fire mode?
Yes.
When you went with your vehicle from, so did you just keep your vehicle then close to the body, or did you ever move your vehicle then?
Yes, it would have been too hot where it was at as well, so I had to move it.
And had to move it away?
Yeah.
Did you find it difficult to travel on that grassy area?
When I got to the grass, I did have to put it in four-wheel drive, yes. It was kind of a greasy area.
What was the weather like at that time?
It seemed like it was rainy, sleety, kind of trying to spit some snow.
And then you moved into then fire mode after that?
Yeah.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
Just want to make sure we're clear on the weather conditions at the time. Your best recollection as you sit here 18 years later is that it was snowy and sleety,
Kind of a
right?
sleety.
Fair enough. Do you remember the temperature?
No, I don't. It wasn't. I was wearing. I just came from hockey practice for my son.
I just asked you if you remember the temperature, sir.
Okay. I was wearing a sweater and
Yes or no? Do you remember the temperature that day?
The exact temperature? No, I would.
Okay.
I know what I was wearing.
Would it help if I refresh your recollection with your report?
Sure.
May I approach Your Honor? And if I recall, in 1 second. Does this look familiar to you, sir?
Fire report? Yeah.
Okay. That's something you fill out in the ordinary course of your business?
Yep.
When you report to a fire?
When we get back, yes.
That is your report, and
Yep.
you are trained to be accurate
Yeah.
in writing? Your Honor, I move for the admission of Exhibit II.
Your Honor, we object that we can't admit police reports as evidence.
It's all his first-hand information. There's no hearsay within hearsay. Okay. Sir, you're trained to write accurate reports, correct?
Yeah.
And in your report, am I correct, you say weather information, snow or sleet, like you just testified,
You get some choices, but yes.
and the wind speed is 10 miles an hour, correct?
Yep.
And the temperature is 32 degrees,
Yep.
freezing, right? You know what freezing temperature is?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That would have been accurate because that's what you're trained to do.
Yep.
Let me just go through a couple of these dates and times here. On January 7, it says the alarm went off at 15:33, so 3:33 p.m.
Yep.
Then dispatch is at the same time,
Yes.
right? Then you were en route by 3:35
Yep.
and get to the scene 3:40.
Yep.
Right. You don't know when the first call was made, would that be fair?
No, I wouldn't.
That'd be fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So when you see Linda, you said she was on top of Todd, correct?
Correct.
You told her to get off, and she did get off, ultimately.
She did.
Right?
Yes.
Right. She was hysterical, clearly. Yes?
Yes.
And you've testified in a prior hearing. You remember testifying several years ago in the hearing in this case?
Yes.
You said she was wailing and screaming and hysterical, right?
Yep.
She was acting as somebody would who just had her husband horribly burned in a house fire, as you would expect. Fair?
Yes.
Her reactions were nothing out of the norm, and I'm sure you've been in plenty of other horrible situations, you being a fire chief.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. You said you noticed blood and that kind of threw you off a little bit?
Yes.
But when people get burned, blood vessels at some point burst, right?
Yeah.
Unless you're not qualified to talk
I'm
about
not.
that.
I guess I wouldn't. I mean, I've seen other badly burnt bodies, and it was not what I had seen in those particular cases.
Clearly, not every burn injury is the same, right?
Yeah.
Right. You have to answer.
Yes. Yeah.
Now, I want to talk to you about this idea of you smelling an odor of gasoline.
I don't know that it was. It just was an odor that I've been in construction. My nose tells me when fire's about. I can smell hydraulic oils. I don't always identify what it is, but it just doesn't smell correct.
Okay.
Or something out of the ordinary.
Something out of the ordinary. You certainly can't say it was gasoline. Fair?
Fair.
All right. And when you got there, you weren't the first person. Fair?
Fair.
Todd Stermer was practically naked, right?
Yes.
Todd Stermer, when you arrived, had clothes over his groin area, over his privates.
Yes.
Did Mr. Matheny tell you, did you learn from Mr. Matheny that he's the one who put clothes?
I did not.
All right. And you certainly don't know whether the clothes had gasoline or fuel or anything else?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
So as you sit here today, you would have no evidence on your own to rule out the fact that Mike Matheny's clothes could have been the cause of the smell of gas. Fair?
No.
He never said gas, he said fuel.
He did say gasoline on direct, specifically.
Fuel on direct, Your Honor.
It's gas because I agree with Ms. Irene. My memory is he said he couldn't say it was gas, but you can ask him again.
As you sit here today, you can't rule out the fact that Mike Matheny's clothes could have possibly caused the fuel smell. Fair?
Couldn't identify how it got there, whether it was already on Todd, on Mike, or on Linda. I have no idea how it got there.
And as you sit here today, even though you're a fire chief, you don't know the cause of this fire, do you?
No.
Okay. Give me 1 second, Your Honor. I don't have more questions for you. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Enjoy your retirement.
Ms. Irene? Oh, thank you. Is this yours? Okay. Do you want this back, Mr. Mueller? I think you gave this to him. Thank you, sir. We have questions. I forgot. I usually do that with at least one witness in every trial. Thank you for... Sir, I have a lot of questions, it looks like, so... Jury, and just a reminder that juror questions are designed for questions of the witnesses as they're here on the stand. So after each witness, I'm supposed to ask you if you have any questions, but so just that's the parameters, is there questions for particular witnesses, okay? And I'm asking most of the questions that were presented. Some I'm not asking. I've determined under the law not to ask. Sir, what size and what type and size of truck were you driving?
I was driving a four-wheel drive Dodge 1500 half-ton, regular cab, four-wheel drive.
Okay. Please clarify the time of your arrival at the Stermer residence and who was there already.
With the report of what time it was 13 or 1540 with that report.
Is that what your report? Yeah, you can use your report if you need it, sir, to refresh your recollection.
I arrived at 1540, so 340. So roughly 7 minutes after the initial call came in.
Okay. Where did you observe Todd bleeding from? Was it his mouth only, or were there additional wounds you observed?
Like on the head and the mouth, like in the teeth, I noticed, that's where I noticed it first, but it was on the head as well.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any oh, I have another one. Can you write it down, ma'am? Can you write it down? Oh, yeah, I have some I did not ask.
Well, you did ask.
Oh.
You didn't answer all.
Okay. Is it the same, so you already submitted it? You want me to just ask that again? I'll do it. Thank you.
They were just who was on the scene.
Is that it? Okay. Oh, okay. So who was on scene when you arrived?
Todd and Linda and Mike Matheny.
Okay. So, any questions, attorneys? Did that answer that question? Thank you. Any questions?
Do you remember if Connie Calhoun was there?
I didn't see Connie. I mean, I didn't. Mike was the one standing right beside everything and waving. And so that's, if you were standing there going like this, my focus went to where Mike was. So I couldn't.
Were those the people around Todd?
Right. And so I didn't. She may have, may not have been. I don't know.
You just don't recall it?
I do not recall.
Thank you.
Mr. Mueller?
Do you recall a Dr. Musali? You know who he is? Rich Musali?
Yeah.
Do you recall him being there before you?
I did not.
You're not saying he wasn't, you just don't remember.
I do not remember him being there before. I remember Mike, Linda, and Todd.
And if Connie Calhoun, who was with Mike, was up by her truck calling 911, you were focused on the house.
Correct.
So you wouldn't have known, maybe not remembered her.
Right.
And you can't dispute if they say
They were there first.
they were the
or-
two first
yeah.
ones.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Full-size Dodge 1500, what year?
2000,
All-wheel drive, you said?
four-wheel drive.
Four-wheel. And I had no problem in the terrain, being a four-wheel 1500.
No,
Fair?
fair.
Right.
Once I shifted it into four-wheel drive,
Which you had to shift in the driveway?
yeah, just reach down and flip the lever.
On this trip, I'm talking about when you got to the house. You shifted into four-wheel?
Once I got off the driveway,
Yeah.
yes. None of the other portion of the route did I have to, no.
As soon as you got off the main straight driveway, which ends right in front of the house, as soon as you got a little bit off to the side is when you started to jump it into four-wheel?
Yes.
Got it. Thank you.
Just one question. When did Dr. Musali arrive? Do you know, like, how long had you been there?
I noticed him, I know, and I didn't know it was Dr. Musali, but I noticed somebody else. About the time I was getting my bag, my medical bag out, and he appeared to know, well, he was a doctor. He appeared to know what he was, so.
And that
yeah.
was before you moved, Todd?
Yes.
I have no further questions, John. Thank you.
Were you part of the group that actually physically moved Todd from close to the house to farther away?
Yes, there was, like I mentioned earlier, it seemed like 3 to 4 of us pulled that sled or whatever it was, physically had a hand on it, yes.
So just give me 1 second. To get ready for today's testimony, prepare with the prosecutor, going over what your testimony was going to be.
Yeah.
And the subject matter. How long did you prepare with her?
I don't know, half hour. We talked about this and, yeah.
About the subject matters you wanted to talk, or she
Your Honor, I'm
wanted?
just going to object. He's exceeding the scope at this point.
I got one more, right. To go over what your testimony was going to be in the subject matter of your testimony, right?
Yeah.
Including what you may have smelled on the scene. Fair?
Talked about what I encountered that day, yes.
Including what you may have smelled from 18 years ago.
We talked about what I encountered that day.
Yeah, thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Jury, any other questions of him? No questions? May he be excused from his subpoena, counsel? Excused from
that he please be excused from subpoena.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're excused. And once you are settled in, I'll have you, first off, the microphone, if you could put that right up to your mouth so the jury can hear you. That moves at the stem.
Okay.
Thank you. And if you could tell us your full name and spell your last.
My name is Michael Clark Matheny, Matheny.
Thank you, Ms. Ziderman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Matheny, did you know Todd Stermer?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Was my neighbor.
How did you know Linda Stermer?
She was my neighbor as well, and I sold hay to her.
Are they your direct neighbors?
Yes.
So your properties actually butt up to each other?
Yes.
And can you tell me what happened on January 7th of 2007 on that afternoon?
Well, we were leaving our home, my girlfriend and I at that time, to go bowling. And as we left the house, walked onto our porch, I noticed a large fire at the Stermer residence. At the time, I didn't realize that it was their home. I just thought they had a big fire real close to the back of their home. So we get in our car, drive down the driveway, and we're down in a hole. We get up on top of the driveway, getting towards the road. I could tell that now it wasn't just a bonfire, that it was actually the house was on fire.
And so where were you living at that time?
Right next door to the Stermers.
What's the address? Do you know? And you said you were with your girlfriend, Connie?
Yes.
At the time, did you guys live together?
Yes, we did.
And would you have had to have driven past the Stermer home to go to on your way to the bowling alley?
Yes.
And so as you were driving by and you realized that it was a fire, what did you do?
We pulled down that driveway to the Stermer home.
At that time, did you know it was more than a bonfire, or did you or a fire outside? Did you think it was more?
No, I thought it was more. I could tell when I got most of the way down my driveway that it was the back of the house.
Down your driveway?
Down my driveway. So when we got onto the road, we could still see flames, and then we pulled down the driveway. We just knew it was a house fire.
So then you went into the Stermer driveway?
Yes.
And approximately, do you remember, is it a long driveway, short driveway?
It's a long driveway. I'm guessing 100 to 150 yards off the road.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
And what did you observe as you were driving in?
When we were driving in, we seen a van at the front of the house. So we see the van at the front of the house, and then the van made a maneuver back up to the north, and then it pulled back around to the back of the house, the west side of the house.
So I want to stop you. As you're driving towards the house, what direction is the van facing?
I believe the van was facing the south.
Which would be then towards the road, to the side?
It would be the side. So facing south, and I'm coming down the driveway. The road is to the east of that home.
Okay, so you're driving down. The van is then facing to the south as you're driving down.
Yes.
And then what does the van do?
Backs up to the north, far enough to where it could get around the back, drive to the north side of the house, and then come into the west side of the house.
So you saw the van then drive off the driveway to the north?
Yes.
And did the van stop at any point, or did it just keep on driving around?
Backed up, maneuvered to go behind the house, and then it parked behind the house on the west side of the house.
Did you see who was driving the van?
Yes,
Who was driving the van?
Linda Stermer was.
Did you make eye contact with her?
I don't recall making eye contact with her at that point, no.
How close did you get to the van?
Not very close to the van. I probably got, at that point, I was 40 yards.
You were about 40 yards away?
I parked up on the top side of the house, ran around the back side.
So when you continued then, the van had already gone to the back of the house and you parked at the top of the driveway?
Yes,
And that would have been close to the front door?
yes.
And then what did you do once you parked there?
I ran around the back side of the house just to see who was in the van and then to find out what was going on, you know. And at that time I believe Linda had jumped out of the van already, and I was yelling to her, you know, where's the kids? Where's Todd?
And did she respond to you?
Not at first, no.
What was she doing?
Just quite hysterical, yelling, just hands in the air. I don't know exactly, but very hysterical.
So did you actually see her get out of the van?
I can't recall, but I can't recall her actually getting out of the van. But
So when you
I'm
first
certain.
saw her, she was walking towards you from the van?
On the side of the van, possibly. Just we had some distance between us, so I can't recall exactly the distance between us. Don't recall exactly if I seen her step out of that van, but it was just the two of us there.
Nobody else was there at that time?
Nobody else was there.
So just you, Connie, and Linda?
Yes.
And as you were asking her, where's Todd, where's the kids, did she say anything?
No.
Were you able to then, was she able to then communicate to you at a point to tell you where Todd was?
Yes, finally I was screaming, where's Todd, where's the kids? Then she says, he's right there.
She said he's right there?
Yes.
And how far away was she pointing?
Once again, I'm not for certain, but she might have been 20 yards away at that point, you know.
And she's pointing 20 yards away?
Yes.
And
Basically
saying-
where I was, and then I looked and, I mean, he was right there. I just did not see him.
So he was close to you?
He was close to me, yeah.
How far? From you to me or farther?
Definitely, no, it was that close. Me to you or closer.
So let the record reflect approximately 15 to 20 feet?
18 feet-ish.
And so when you looked down and you didn't realize that was Todd?
Just never seen him. I was trying to get a grasp of the situation and try to figure out if no one, as hysterical as she was acting, I was trying to make sure there was nobody in that house. So I just did not see him. And then finally, where's Todd? Where's Todd? Where's the kids? I think she, going back on my memory, I think I got out of her that the kids weren't there, but then I was still trying to find out where Todd was, and that's when she said he's right there.
And did you go over to where she was pointing?
Yes.
And did you see Todd?
Yes.
And what condition was he in?
Badly burned. Neck up was basically gone. I mean, it was in just a bad sight. Hands were badly burnt.
Was he clothed?
I didn't think he was clothed. I just seen a naked body.
What did you do once you saw that?
Ran up to my truck to tell my girlfriend. I don't know if I'd made a couple trips down, but I ran up to the truck at one point. It was either the second time or that time to tell my girlfriend, call 911. I think I'd made a couple passes down, and then when I seen Todd burnt, I definitely ran up to the truck to get some articles of clothing. It was cold out, to cover him, get under him, just some kind of comfort.
Did you find some clothes in your car?
Yes.
What type of clothing were you able to grab?
Just work hoodies, thermal stuff. It wasn't pants or nothing, but like hoodies, warm weather stuff that someone would wear as outer clothing that worked outside. Don't know what all was there, but I had lots of hoodies and thermal sweatshirts and things like that. So I'm certain that was just a pile of that stuff I brought.
Why did you have all that in your car?
Because I worked outside, and in the mornings it was cold, so you wear that to work. As it gets warmer, you take it off, throw it in the truck, and next day you repeat the process. And
so you grabbed the items and you went back to Todd?
yes.
And what was Linda doing at that point?
At one point, she came over to the body, to Todd, I'm sorry, and just was hugging him and, oh Todd, something to that effect, and still hysterical, but she was on his body.
So when you say on his body, what do you mean?
Just covering him. She was on his body, on the ground with him.
Was she next to him? Was she on top of him?
I would call it she was on top of him.
Were they face to face?
Not face to face. I wouldn't say face to face. It was almost neck to face, chest to face.
But she was in this upper area?
Yes.
Did you see her trying to do CPR or mouth to mouth at that time?
No.
And then what did you do when you arrived back over to Todd? Did you cover him up with your clothing?
Yes. I'm sorry. I covered him, got some clothes under him, covered him with that same clothing, and that's about all I could think to do.
Was he face up or face down when you saw him?
I recall face up.
And nobody else had arrived at this point?
Not at that time, no.
So at the time you were covering him with the clothing, nobody else was there except for you and Linda and Connie?
Correct.
Did somebody eventually arrive?
Yes.
Do you recall who?
I don't remember if it was the fire chief or my neighbor, Mr. Mosali. I can't remember which one got there first, but at one point they both came over to Todd.
And did anyone try to render aid at that point?
Not that I noticed. They weren't rendering aid at that point, no.
Did you assist in trying to move Todd?
Yes.
What was that discussion?
I can't remember who suggested it, but the fire was quite intense. There was a fuel oil tank right beside where we were, there with Todd, and someone suggested we got to get him away from the side of the house. So I don't recall if it was myself and another person. I believe it was Mr. Mosali's son. We went behind the house looking for something to lay Todd on and then carry him away from the side of the house. And we found, I believe it was a kayak or some kind of a little boat back behind their house, and we grabbed it, brought it up to the top of where his body was.
So when you say a kayak, I'm picturing something that's kind of angled up, like that you actually paddle in the river. Was it like that?
It was just a small little craft, but I want to say it wasn't like a canoe. It was more like a kayak, I want to say. And there was a cutout area in it to where you could lay somebody, and I don't know if it was on a platform or not. To where you could get on four corners and take it away or not, but that's what we came up with, and I think that's what it was.
And so then you assisted then in putting him on in that kayak or that transport?
I believe I did. There was, I think at that time, 4 of us, I believe, and yes, we got him in that craft and got him away from the house.
Do you know if he was breathing?
I wouldn't be able to say if he was breathing. I never seen the chest moving that I can recall.
Did he say anything?
No.
The items that you put on, you said they were work clothes?
Yes.
Yeah, where do you work?
A family business. It's Clark's Auto Parts. It's a salvage yard. It's what you would call a junkyard. We deal in car parts, used car parts, and scrap iron.
Are you behind the desk kind of a guy, or are you out in the field kind of a guy?
I'm a desk guy now, but then I was a field guy.
And you said that a lot of times you had those clothes on and it would get hot and you'd throw them in the back.
Yep. Yes.
When you were driving to go bowling, I mean, do those clothes stink?
No, I don't think they did. I didn't smell them.
So they didn't smell anything in the car?
No.
And when you put them on, Todd, would you have put them on, Todd, if you could smell anything on them?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
We are now here in late March of 2025. This fire happened 2007, 18 years ago. You're testifying, you're trying to give us your best memory, right?
Yes, sir. Yep.
All right. But you would agree you probably had a better memory back in 2007 or 2010?
Yes.
You said you drove up, first of all, you saw the smoke, and then you realized, actually, as you were starting to come down your driveway, there's a fire. It's not a bonfire or something like that. It's a house fire.
Yes.
Right.
When I was still in my driveway, I noticed the house was on fire. Yes.
Okay. What kind of vehicle did you have?
I had an F-150 extended cab.
Like an all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive?
Yes.
You come up to the driveway, and I'm not real sure how Can you see this?
Yes.
No. So if I make sure I'm right, we've been looking at the north being this way, okay?
Yes.
So you are here, right?
Yes.
And then Stermer's are here,
Yes.
and then Dr. Masala is here.
Yes.
So you come from your driveway, and you're about, I think, 400 some yards, your property. You own a lot of property, right? Like a lot of acres.
That piece on that side of the road's 40 acres.
Okay. So you come down your driveway, and then you come up to Stermer's house, right?
Yes.
Now, have you ever been to the Stermer's house?
I'd never been in it. I've been in their driveway, I think, before delivering hay, but never inside.
You know it had like a bay window area in the back?
It was a walkout, but I don't know how it was configured
If
back
I just
there.
show you, this is, and I'm just going to show you for the record, this is Scott Leroy's picture of Exhibit B.9. It's an aerial after the fire, but I will represent to you, it's been told to us that north is this way, to the right.
Correct.
Right?
Yes.
Am I right?
Can I see that again? Were you just, yes, north is that way, yes.
Pardon?
Is this
It
an
is
exhibit admitted?
B.9. I'm going to move for the exhibit. You can look it
Okay,
up,
okay.
unless council wants to stipulate right now, but we'll leave it up. Yeah,
Do you want to admit it?
I mean, we're going to, Your Honor, just for the record, we're going to do the same exhibit in digital format later on during Mr. Leroy's testimony, so I don't know if we want to duplicate.
I'll just move for the admission of B9 at this point.
Okay. So
Thank you.
we can, I'll admit it as defense exhibit B9.
If I show you this, you came up the driveway, right?
Yes.
Which would be from the bottom, from the east.
From the east, yes.
Heading east to west. And ultimately, you saw Linda's vehicle in the back, correct? In the
Correct.
west.
Yes.
But first, you saw her backing up from the northeast end of the house.
About where your marker was, right?
All right.
To some degree, yes.
And kind of here at the bottom, right?
Yes.
She was sideways to you. She wasn't head on.
From my memory, I believe she was sideways. Seen me coming down the drive.
Heading backwards?
And then back towards the north to get room between, because there was a little side. It wasn't really a driveway, but they were kind of using it as a driveway to get behind the house.
Right, so there's no formal driveway.
Nothing formal.
Just kind of a path where people have driven. Fair?
Whatever, fair, yes.
All right. And not even a true two-track, because it's grassy.
There was grass there, so like I said, I hadn't been there, other than deliver hay, so I don't know. I just know there was grass there, so
Okay.
yes.
So you see her, and you park out in front, right?
Yes.
You see Linda driving back toward the back, right?
Yes.
It's a high-stress situation for you even though, right?
Yes.
All right. So you run toward the back, am I right?
Yes.
And you actually ran past Todd Stermer once.
Yes.
Did not see him.
Did not see him.
Then you testified before, you came back to the car to tell Connie, call 911. right?
Yes, if that was in my test, I couldn't remember which time I told her to call 911, but yes.
And on that time, you ran by him and you didn't see him again.
Correct.
And he's laying on the ground.
Yes.
Then, after you're done telling Connie, call 911, you run back to Linda.
Yes.
You didn't see him then.
Correct.
So 3 times you did not see Todd Stermer as he was on the ground. Fair?
That's fair.
And we'll get to what you talked, how you found out about Todd Stermer in a second. What I want to do, though, Your Honor, is play that 911 call. You told Connie to call 911, right?
Yes.
You know she did call 911.
She said she did.
Well, do you remember being on the phone for a second with 911?
Me personally?
Yes.
I don't remember. No.
Okay. If you heard your voice, you'd know it.
Yes.
And if you heard her voice, you would know her voice.
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, I'm going to object at this point just for hearsay. I mean, he can play his voice, but I mean, honestly, at this point, he doesn't even remember being on the phone with 911.
This is the classic situation of 1, an excited utterance, and 2, a present sense impression. So it's not, and it's not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, so it's not even hearsay.
Why is it offered?
Because it's offered to show the sense of the trauma and excitement in the scene, which is why we have an excited utterance if it were hearsay. But it's not offered for the truth of actually what's being stated in this conversation.
It's not a present sense impression.
Pardon?
It's not a present sense impression.
No, I'm more, I think maybe an excited utterance, however.
Literally an excited utterance.
But again, he doesn't even remember the phone call. He doesn't remember if it's even his voice on the phone.
Well, we could send the jury out and have him hear it.
That's fine.
Okay. Jury, I'm going to send you out briefly.
Right.
Sir, you're still under oath, okay? Mr. Mueller?
Thank you. Sir, you told your then girlfriend, Connie Calhoun, call 911, and she did, right?
Yes.
All right.
Are you moving to admit that before you play it?
I'm going to move to the admission of Exhibit HH.
Your Honor, do we have an actual, like a flash drive or something that's going to be provided for the jury to have in the, we don't see an exhibit?
Absolutely will.
You said yes, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's exhibit. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
You can, so admitted.
3:31 p.m., 7 seconds, January 7, 2007.
911 emergency.
There's a fire. There's a house on fire.
A house on fire, where?
County Road 215, 67030. My address is the house right before it. I don't know.
030-250?
It's my address. This is the house right before it.
Okay.
There's people here.
You know if anybody lives there?
I do, yes, they live here.
Is anybody inside you?
I don't know. I see people right now. I don't know if anyone's inside.
670-250.
It is raining.
Is it not north or south of you?
Oh my God. It's
Is it more
north of
towards?
me.
It's
Yeah,
north
it's
of
right
you?
before my house. It's right before, so it would be the number before me.
Okay, we'll have the fire department on the way. What's your name, please?
My name is Connie Calhoun. It's Linda Stermer's house.
Linda Stermer?
Yes. Oh my
Okay.
God, she's outside, but I don't know if people's in it. Oh my God.
She is outside now?
She's outside, but she's screaming something to my boyfriend.
Okay. Can you see what she's screaming?
I don't know. They're like trying to get near the house. Like, I don't know if someone's here. She's freaking out.
Outside or not?
Oh my God. Please don't tell me someone is here.
Are you able to go outside with your cell phone and see if...
Yes.
We just want to know if anybody's inside or not.
Is there anybody inside? Is there? Oh my God! Yes!
There's someone inside? Yeah? Okay, calm down. We got the fire department on the way there, okay? Okay. Someone's inside. Is your husband outside with ma'am? Yeah, I need you to calm down so you can help me, okay? Okay, just calm down so you can help me. Do you know how many people are inside?
Is anybody else inside?
She said someone's inside. Okay. Is that Linda in the background?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Where's your husband at?
He's right here.
Okay. Can I talk to him?
Yes. Can you run? She knows I'm her husband. It's okay, Todd.
What's your husband's name?
His name is Todd.
What's your husband's name?
My name is Mike. I can't talk to him. He's very avoidant. We're trying to call him all our phone.
Is your husband inside her house?
No, he's outside on fire.
Okay. Can I talk to your husband, please? Johnny? 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 Okay, can you give the phone to your husband so I can talk to him? Hello? Sir?
Yeah.
Okay, is anybody still in the house?
No one's in the house as far as I know.
No one is in the house?
But the man is...
Hello?
Sir, does that adequately capture the chaos?
Yes.
And that's what you observed in Linda Stermer as you were on the scene. Fair?
Fair, yes.
And when you ran back and forth the third time you ran to talk to Linda Stermer, you're yelling at her, "Where are your kids?" She couldn't even answer you, right?
Yes.
And then finally, you and she started looking around. "Where's Todd? Where's Todd?" You weren't getting an answer, right?
Correct.
And then she pointed, "There he is." Right?
To my record, yes.
You then went back to your truck, right?
Yes.
And got clothes, you said, from, you have, what'd you say you had? F-150?
Yes.
Was it from the bed of the truck or it's one of those with the two doors?
It's an extended cab. I got it out of the back seat.
Okay. You work, and you and I have talked before, right?
Yes.
I think you call it just an old school junkyard.
At that time, yes.
Scrapyard in
Yes.
2007. And you were a hands-on guy, right?
Yes.
And you deal in vehicles where you got to take them apart, strip them, right?
Yes.
So you have gasoline and fuel on your clothes, just kind of it's the course of your work. It's what you do.
It's possible, yes.
All right. So you got clothes, and because obviously Todd, we've heard, is naked from the waist down, to cover him up for privacy or whatever, you put several pieces of clothing on him, right?
Yes.
I think you said a couple hoodies. Remember a flannel jacket?
Don't know exactly what it looked like, but that's something that I would have, yes.
Okay. If I show you the refresh your recollection. Picture of a piece of clothes, red flannel jacket.
It looks like something that I would wear to work, yes.
Okay. If I tell you, and we'll talk about this later with other witnesses, if I tell you this is an item of clothing, that red flannel jacket, that he took off of Todd Stermer after the fire, and you wouldn't have any reason to disagree, that's what you put on.
Correct.
All right. Now, you folks, we've heard from Dr. Masali before you. Dr. Masali said his son, and you said his son and you found this dinghy-type boat, right?
Yes.
Kayak, you said?
Something, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it was something watercraft.
Okay, some kind of watercraft, but it was about 7 or 8 feet long. You recall you've told me that?
I don't know the exact length of what it was.
Roughly?
Roughly, yes.
7 or 8 feet long. And you dragged it, you found that actually on the other side of the house, right?
I believe we found it on the west side of the house.
Toward the back here, you said?
Right, about near that shed right there.
All right.
Somewhere in that area is where it was.
All right. In the upper left corner of this photograph, that we said was B9, there's a shed.
Yes.
And somewhere in this area, you don't remember where, but you found this boat.
Yes.
And you had to drag it all the way over to where Todd was.
Yes.
Was kind of in this northwest corner by that drive, that little grassy area, right?
I was thinking it was northeast.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Let me back up. There was a green fuel tank that's on the north side of the house, right, pretty much in the middle of the house.
Correct.
And Todd was closer to that.
Yes, I would say.
When you first arrived and saw him, right?
Yes.
All right. So picture we just not the scale drawing, my crappy little drawing. You found him somewhere here, you put him in a boat, this is from Dr. Masali, and you took him more to the side of the road.
Yes.
Side of the big drive, right?
Yes.
All right. But you had put your clothes on him before he went in the boat.
Correct.
And as you sit here, you did not notice an odor of gasoline or any other petroleum product emanating from Todd Stermer before you put his clothes on him, fair?
I did not.
All right. If you would have noticed a strong odor of gasoline, fuel, whatever, you would remember that, right?
I would think so.
Yeah. You would have noticed it because here's a man who was on fire, there's a house fire. Why do we smell gasoline on him? Fair?
Fair.
Yeah. Let me show you if I can show you something. See if I can refresh your memory. I'm going to show you an affidavit you had signed back on February 2, 2021. You see that? Bottom left?
Yes.
And that's affidavit of Michael Matheny. That's your signature?
Yes.
On paragraph 3, when I got to Todd Stermer, there was no odor of gasoline or any other petroleum product emanating from his body or clothes. If there had been, I would have noticed it. Did I read that right?
Yes.
That jog your memory that if you had actually smelled gasoline or some kind of fuel, you would have noticed it.
Yes.
I'll take that back from you. As you sit here 18 years later, do you think that when you first laid eyes on Todd Stermer after Linda and you were looking for him and she pointed him out, that you think he was on his back?
Yes.
Are you certain about that, or are you just 18 years later, best memory I can give you?
No, I'm certain about that. He was on his back.
Okay. You don't know how he got on his back, right?
No.
Am I right? You do not know how he got on his back. Would that be right?
That would be correct.
Thank you. Do you remember what she was wearing, Linda Stermer?
No.
Do you remember whether she was wearing, that she didn't have any shoes on?
I don't recall.
One way or another?
One way or other. I don't remember what she was wearing.
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. you were interviewed by police officers on the scene, right?
Yes.
And then you were interviewed by an insurance investigator. You remember that? A couple days later, within a week or so?
I don't remember that.
Do you recall the guy's name, James Shinsky?
I don't.
All right. If he has a record from just a week after the fire that you said you didn't notice any odors, any reason to disagree with that?
Yeah, if I signed something,
It would be consistent with what you just testified to us now.
Right, but I don't remember that conversation.
He has no memory. He talked to him. He has no memory of what he said.
One, this is cross-examined. I can ask him, if you said this, and he's got it in a report, you have no reason to disagree with it.
I will sustain that objection.
All right. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Seiderbean?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Yeah. All right. So when we listen to that tape, it sounds like it's a lot more than just chaotic.
Yeah. I never heard that before, yeah. Yes.
It actually even brought out emotion in you listening to it. So not only were you chaotic, Connie was chaotic, people were running around and screaming,
Yes.
including Connie. You were panicked.
Yes.
Still even traumatizing to this day.
Yes.
So you were not in a good frame of mind.
Not at that time.
So I want to clarify one of the questions that Attorney Mueller asked you. He said that you and Linda were looking around the property saying, "Where's Todd? Where's Todd?" But that's not how I remembered your direct.
And that's not how I remember it, no.
So I believe you testified that she walked up to you, or she was walking towards you from the van. Is that correct?
There was some distance between us. She wasn't in the van. I'm still asking her, "Where's Todd?" And at some point, I don't exactly remember how long or if she told me the kids weren't there, but at one point, there was still distance between us. She said, "Right there."
So you weren't looking for him.
I wasn't looking for him, no.
She just pointed to him.
Yes.
So she knew where he was.
Objection. Formal question. For him to speculate she knew where he was in the mind of another person? Really?
But if you can rephrase it.
So she said to you what?
He's right there.
And she was pointing directly at him?
I don't remember the pointing, but she just said he's right there, and there he was.
And again, you were not in the best frame of mind.
Correct.
So did you smell the burning fire when you were on scene?
Not that I recall. It was a fire. I don't know what I was smelling, but I don't remember what I was smelling. There was a fire.
Do you remember smelling burnt flesh?
No.
Do you remember smelling burnt hair?
No.
Do you remember smelling the mud as you were kneeling over Todd?
No.
Did you write that affidavit that Mr. Mueller just read from? Did you write that out for him?
My signature was on it, but it was typed out.
Did you type it out?
No.
So you did not type those statements?
No.
And you know from being at your profession, you know what oil, fuel oil, those types of things smell like, correct?
Correct.
And when you were in a better state of mind, thinking you were going bowling in your vehicle, did you smell anything in your vehicle at that time?
No.
If you would have had clothes that smelled of work, Would you have taken them out of your vehicle?
Gasoline, I would have, yes.
At any time, were you down by Todd's feet?
Not that I recall.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, please. Sir, you know what an affidavit is, right? It's a
Sworn statement.
It's a sworn statement where you swear to tell the truth.
Yes.
And you read it and understood it, because you can read and write, right?
Correct.
And you agreed with it, otherwise you wouldn't have signed it.
Correct.
Now, as to this question about gasoline or the clothing in your truck, you have never experienced putting clothing with gasoline on it, embedded in it just from your work, on some kind of hot surface or hot body, right? Never did that before.
No.
So you don't know what would have transferred from your clothes to any clothes on Todd Stermer, right?
No, I don't.
Oh. Linda was out of her van when you were coming toward her, I think, did you say 40 yards away?
I would think 40s. I mean, that's ballpark, give or take.
I just want to make sure we're clear. When she pointed out, there's Todd, how far were you from her?
20 yards, 25 yards at that point.
Okay.
She had made up the distance from the van to me at that point.
Right. I just wanted to be clear. She wasn't just stepping out of her van going, there's Todd.
No.
She previously knew where Todd was. It was, she's the distance from you, you're 20-some yards away, and she points, there's Todd.
Yes.
Like a discovery. True?
She said, there's Todd.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Anything else beside?
No, Your Honor.
Jury, any questions of him? No question? Oh, I've got one hand going up. I have some questions from the jury, okay? Sir, what time did you arrive at the Stermer residence?
From some testimony that I gave, we leave our house at 3:30 to go bowling. It's in Pawpaw, so it would have been, 3:30 to 3:45.
Okay. How long were you on the scene?
Till late into the evening. I don't remember how exactly long, but quite a few hours.
Did fire trucks arrive with sirens at the time of the recorded call to 911?
At one point they did. I don't remember when they showed up exactly, but there was definitely fire trucks on scene.
Okay. At the time of the 911 call, or?
At the 911 call, there was just Connie, Linda, and I.
Okay. Did you follow the same route behind the house as Linda Stermer when you arrived?
No, I kept parked on the top side of the house, the east side of the house.
Were the clothes well saturated and or soiled that you placed on Todd?
No.
Yeah, I may have asked you this one already, but let me know if I did. If Linda said he's right there as you were walking up to her, was it on your first initial trip around the house?
No, it wasn't.
Your Honor, can I get that question asked again?
If Linda said he's right there as you were walking up to her, was it on your first initial trip around the house?
It was not.
Okay. Thank you. Counsel, any questions briefly in light of those questions and answers?
I don't have any.
Just a few. If the 911 call was 3:31, which we've heard. You with me?
Yes.
3:31 in the afternoon. You had been on the scene for at least a few minutes. You went down, remember, down to try to find Linda, find out what's going on, then you ran up.
I'm going to object. I think we need to structure this more as a question. I feel like counsel is actually testifying.
I'm laying the background of what he testified.
Okay. Just ask the question then.
You had been on scene for a few minutes, right?
When?
By the time the 911 call was made. Because you had to go
Correct.
down. All right. And there were no fire. You were the ones who called 911, as far as you know.
Correct.
All right.
Just saying this off memory, prior testimony is better served.
Your clothes may not have been saturated with fuel, but just in normal course of what you do, fuel gets on your clothes, right?
Could have. I'm not saying there was fuel on those clothes, but if there was, it wouldn't be uncommon.
It certainly wouldn't surprise you.
It wouldn't surprise me.
When you're in the course of your work, you're also laying tools on things, and sometimes maybe chainsaws and other things can get on your clothes.
Your Honor, he's still testifying. I would ask that these be rephrased in terms of questions.
It's getting cumulative because it was already covered in cross,
One
but
more
I'll let you
question,
ask
Your
one more
Honor.
question.
Thank you. Tools like chainsaws could get on your clothes, and they have fuel in them.
They could have. I don't know if they were back there, but they could have.
And that wouldn't be unusual.
It wouldn't be unusual.
Thank you.
But again, you would have smelt it inside of your cab as you were going bowling that day.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Jury, any other questions? Nope. Is he excused from his subpoena?
I would ask that you please be excused from subpoena.
Excused from subpoena? Yep.
Be
Thank you.
excused.
Thank you, sir. You're all done. You're excused from subpoena. Jury, I'm going to let you go for the night. Sorry about going late, but we wanted to get this witness done for you.